The golden age of America begins right now. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. We will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength.
The president has kept his promise to the American people. Let's start with the peace deals. India, Pakistan are ready to go to war. Cambodia and Thailand, Azerbaijan and Armenia, and of course Gaza.
The long and painful nightmare is finally over.
The president got NATO to increase their defense spending to 5%. We also helped secure the border, not just in the deals we made with other countries to send people back. We've got more countries than ever accepting their people that are in this country illegally from their countries. They're also helping us stop them from coming here in the first place. He's keeping us safe by taking the war to the drug cartels.
The United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Good afternoon, fanfare. Hope you guys are having a great day, and I want to say congratulations to the Indiana Hoosiers for winning the College Football National Championship in undefeated fashion. And we also want to give a tip of the hat to the Miami Hurricanes for their great season as well. Now let's get to some headlines. If you haven't seen this clip, you'll surely get a laugh out of this. Parkland shooting survivor Cameron Kasky is trying to play the role of Mr. Grown-Up Libtard and gets schooled by Scott Jennings. Check this out. Insert clip here. What a little twerp. Unreal that he thought he would take on Scott.
Oops. I thought I fixed it. Oh my God, I uploaded the wrong video, and she said exactly what was in the script, and I won't be able to use it because I uploaded the wrong video. Oh my. You know, when you're doing live programming, and you're doing things differently, you know, sometimes you just screw the hell up. That would be on me. Let me just see. Did I not put the right thing in here? I mean, I thought for sure I had it in here, but oh, here it is. Wait a minute. Nope. I guess nope. I guess you won't see that stuff then. Nope, we won't show it because I don't have it because I screwed up in my editing, rushing over here to get ready. But in any event, she was ready. I wasn't. My fault. We shall continue with the show. How did I screw that up? I don't even know how I screwed that up. I am so embarrassed. I don't know if I can survive. But I shall survive. I shall go on. All right, so let's just jump into what President Trump has been talking about. And then I got a whole bunch of stuff to go before Caroline Leavitt comes up. So let's get into this. President Trump has been extremely busy this morning, extremely. After going down to Miami from Mar-a-Lago to watch the football game last night, which I was sitting here after the game. By the way, if you joined us for the game last night, thank you. We had a great time. It was just a very relaxed setting, and we all, like 6,000 of us just watched the football game. It was flipping awesome. And I gave away about, I don't know, maybe 15 or 20 of these hats with a bunch of trivia questions. So if you didn't watch, you messed up. You should have been here. We loved it. It was fun. That very little politics. Some of the politics I'll cover again today if we have time. But it was awesome, and I'm so glad you guys tuned in. We got through the technical difficulties, through the copyright issues, and we were able to watch the entire game from kickoff to celebration, and we all had a great time. So if you missed it, I guess you'll have to wait for the next one. Maybe we'll do one of the playoff games. Definitely going to do the Super Bowl, and we'll have our own halftime show so we won't have to watch Bad Bunny. I don't want to watch no damn Bad Bunny, and I don't want to deal with it. But the football was, if you didn't see it, you missed one heck of a game. One heck of a game. So anyway, after the game was over, sometime 11:30, Robin's home, and she texts me. She goes, "What is that noise I hear? I mean, it seems like there's an army of helicopters overhead." I'm like, "I don't know, honey. Go back to sleep." And like 5 minutes later, because where I am, we're about 5 minutes from the house, I hear it. I'm like, "What in the hell?" And then it dawned on me. That was President Trump coming back from the stadium, heading into Mar-a-Lago. And it sounded like, you're being invaded, because I'm sure there was all kinds of other helicopters around Marine One as he was helicoptering back to Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago, which is literally about 15, by car, it's 15, 20 minutes away. So that was awesome. Absolutely awesome. So anyway, he's been extremely prolific this morning. So we're going to go over some of the things he said before we get to Caroline's press conference. This one at 11:47, no single person or president has done more for NATO than President Donald J. Trump. If I didn't come along, there would be no NATO right now. It would have been in the ash heap of history. Sad, but true. And it's very true. And the reason I wanted to show that one first is because some of the stuff I'm going to show you, and I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of questions about it today. President Trump, as I had told you, didn't go over to Davos today, or well, he's not there yet, but his team is there already. They didn't go over there, and they weren't supplicating. They weren't bending down. They weren't trying to negotiate. They're there to put the hammer down. They are there to let every one of these countries know it ain't like it was before. I'm sorry if you got away with a whole bunch of stuff, but daddy's home and it ain't happening. And they don't know how to deal with it. I'm going to show you an interview with Howard Lutnick from Tariff Country, and we'll show you that. And you can just see how uncomfortable they really are, how it shook them when Howard Lutnick pretty much said, "Get over yourselves." Didn't say those words, but that's how it came across. Deal with it. This is how it's going to be. America first. The stock markets are freaking out because President Trump was saying, "I'm going to tariff you, and I'm tariffing you, and I'm tariffing you." And then they all thought there was going to be a Supreme Court decision dropping at about 10 or 10:30. As of right now, that Supreme Court decision has not dropped. So the tariffs are still in place. And maybe, and you'll see in my lower third during the video, maybe at this point, people are getting the knowledge, both domestically and foreign, that the snow globe has shaken, and how things, quote, have always been aren't how things are going to be. They're not used to this. They're not used to how people have treated America as a doormat, taking your money. I'm also going to show you what's going on in Virginia, so you know that what's happening in Virginia and New York is coming to your town if you don't stand up and get ready. These people are actively trying to destroy America, and Americans aren't paying attention. They didn't get out and vote in Virginia. They didn't get out and vote in New York, and they're like, "What the hell's happening?" Well, communism is happening. But in any event, President Trump is trying to tell the world, not here, not on my watch. He then posted this a little bit beforehand. It says, "The whole problem we are having with criminals in our country was caused by Sleepy Joe and the radical left thugs that surrounded the Resolute desk in the Oval Office." Interesting. Maybe it's a typo. Maybe he was up late night at a football game, but it's not the resolution desk. It's the Resolute desk. He wrote resolution desk. Typo? Maybe. Calm? Maybe. And of course, the illegal use of the auto pen, they should be in jail. I just found that interesting that, was it a mistake? Not really sure. Then this one, the Department of Homeland Security and ICE must start talking about the murderers and other criminals that they are capturing and taking out of the system. They are saving many more innocent lives. There are thousands of vicious animals in Minnesota alone, which is why the crime stats are nationwide the best ever recorded. Show the numbers, names, and faces of the violent criminals and show them now that people will start supporting the patriots of ICE instead of the highly paid troublemakers, anarchists, agitators. Make America great again. Interesting there. You guys can come up with something. And then that was the same one. All right, so he's been very, very busy this morning. There's a whole bunch more that he's posted. I'll go ahead and cover those probably in tonight's show because we got limited time here. So with that, let me go to our featured sponsor since Faith couldn't get her act together this morning. And I want to talk to you about what's going on in the markets. As you know, right now, the markets were, let me see where we are if they post it. It was about 500 points down. May have dropped, it was dropped as far as 800 points down. There was a whole lot of volatility. You can expect, because what's going on in Davos, that there's going to be a tremendous amount of volatility. If I check the silver market as of right now, let me see, it was over 90. Want to show that to you. Not show you, but talk to you about that. Silver right now is $94.19. $94.19 per ounce. It is up 6.39% just today. $94 an ounce. I can't even fathom that that's how it was. I mean, it's absolutely insane how things are going. And let me look at the gold market real quick. Probably pretty much the same with that because of what's been going on. Gold, $4,757 per ounce, up 3.5% just today. You know, I'm not one of those guys, even though sometimes I can come off arrogant, but I'm not somebody who says, I told you so, because there's no benefit in saying, I told you so. Except when you want to say, I told you so. But then you got to be as good on the downside as you are on the upside. So I won't say, I told you so, if you know what I mean. But I told you, gold and silver, we're going to reap the benefits of excessive money printing that Jerome Powell did and Biden did in the overvalued markets and the global unrest. So now this is where we are. It's happened. Gold and silver have both soared to near all-time highs. In fact, every other day it seems it hits another, quote, all-time high. I hope you've called my friends at Lear Capital and got in. If you didn't, trust me, it's not too late. Experts are predicting even higher prices ahead, driven by all the geopolitical crap that's going on, the uncertainty, inflation concerns, a weaker U.S. dollar, and strong industrial demand for silver. AI, with forecasts suggesting gold could hit $5,000 to $6,000 an ounce, and silver potentially reaching $100 to $150 an ounce. We're at 94 right now. That's why, and by the way, let me just tell you, every single weekend, the big banks try to suppress silver. So if you can get in like early come Monday, because it drops and then boom, comes right back up. That's why you're seeing the banks and investors move out of the dollar and into gold and silver. Morgan Stanley changed their complete portfolio strategy to go 60-20-20 to include 20% in precious metals. And if you've been following along, that's absolutely huge. Even with markets hitting all-time highs, Warren Buffett has been selling hundreds of millions of Apple shares. They get it. They know what's coming. Isn't it time you guys understand what's coming? Get yourself some gold and silver. Call the best in the business, Lear Capital. It's a free call, no obligation to purchase, just education. You can download one of these reports on protecting and growing your wealth with gold and silver. I'm sure there are many of you that have called, and some of you guys who haven't purchased yet for whatever reason. Don't make the same mistake twice. Now is the time to get some silver, get some gold, get it shipped directly to you, or shift some of your dollars in your retirement accounts over to a physical gold and silver strategy. It's easy to do. I've been extremely satisfied with Lear's knowledge, service, prices, and their ability to communicate. I urge you to call today and learn more about it by calling 800-601-5430. Again, it's 601-5430, or go to learberry.com to learn more. And thanks for Lear for being a partner on this episode. So without further ado, before she comes up, let's get into something.
So we saw a great game tonight. Congratulations to Indiana. It was really turned out to be a great game. Two great teams, wonderful teams with a lot of talent. We enjoyed it very much. Our country's doing very well. We have many, many buildings opening, factories opening. We've never had anything like it. And I think you're going to see results very soon. You're already really seeing them. But we have more money being invested in our country than any country in history. As you know, the Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, who's with me right now, has a lot to report. I don't know if you want to say a couple of words, Doug, but you might want to say how well we're doing as a country.
Well, with President Trump's leadership, we've got inflation coming
By the way, this was immediately after the football game.
down. We've got investment going up. We've got taxes going down. We've got energy prices down. Everything is aligned for us to have a banner year in 2026. And the interest in building and investing in our country has never been greater.
There's never been anything like it. The money being invested in our country is unparalleled. There's never been anything even close, by many times more than China or any other country. Do you have any questions?
President DAVOS, or what will be your message to the leaders?
Well, I think I have a lot of messages for Davos, but the primary message is how well the United States is doing. And I say it all the time. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country, and now we have the hottest country in the world. I mean, you're beneficiaries, too. If you look, some of you have 401ks. You don't have to tell me. Your numbers are the best they've ever been. And the stock market's at an all-time high. We are just doing great. So I think the message in Davos, we're leaving, going to have an interesting time. We have a lot of meetings scheduled, but the message for Davos is how incredible our country is doing.
Can you speak to your letter that you wrote to the Prime Minister saying that the Nobel Prize has influenced your thinking on Greenland?
No, I don't care about the Nobel Prize. First of all, a very fine woman felt that I deserved it and really wanted me to have the Nobel Prize, and I appreciate that. If anybody thinks that Norway doesn't control the Nobel Prize, they're just kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what Norway says. But I really don't care about that. What I care about is saving lives, and I think I've saved tens of millions of lives. If you look at India, Pakistan, just as won 2 nuclear powers, you look at so many of the countries that were in in some cases, a 35-year war, and I got it done. We stopped 8 wars, and maybe we'll be stopping a 9th very soon. We'll see.
What do you plan to say to European leaders in Davos when they push back on your Greenland plan?
Well, I don't think they're going to push back too much. Look, we have to have it. They have to have this done. They can protect it. Denmark, they're wonderful people. And I know the leaders are very good people, but they don't even go there. And, you know, because the boat went there 500 years ago and then left, that doesn't give you title to property. So we'll be talking about it with the various people. We've had tremendous success, and I've done more for NATO than anybody else. I don't think you'd have NATO right now. I got them to go 5% and pay as opposed to 2% and not pay. I've done more than any other American president for NATO by far. And we'll see how that goes. But Greenland is very important.
Have you invited President Putin to be a member of the Board of Peace?
Yeah, he's been invited.
Do you have any response to President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace?
Oh, did he say that? Well,
yeah.
Nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes.
Oh, these people won't learn. Don't mess with this guy. You don't want to play ball, I'm going to hit you with a 200% tariff. Are you kidding me? If you go, hey, go buy your French wine and champagne now, okay? Right now, you know what's about to happen. If Macron wants to break out his Billy Bad ass over in at Davos and say stupid stuff like that, only surpassed by the stupidity of the Canadian Prime Minister, who did basically the same, ruffling his feathers and sticking his chest out at Trump, saying, he's not going to support him. Like, what are you going to do about it? See, at this point, they're not used to dealing with this type of personality. They're always used to people who just want to bow down and try to placate these other countries. And Trump doesn't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't have one F to give.
He'll join, but he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently. But if he actually did say that, but as you know, he's going to be out of office in a few months.
Did you invite President Putin to join the...
Yes, he's one of the people, these are world leaders, and the answer is yes.
Mr. President, how do you feel about the first year of your second term?
Amazing. Tomorrow is the first year. Think of it, 1 year. I don't think there's been a term like it. I don't think any president has had a better first year than we've had in terms of success. Again, we've taken our country from a failure with open borders, no business, everything going badly, terrific inflation, the highest inflation in history, prices that are through the roof. And we brought prices down. We have very little inflation. We have a great economy. And the prices are coming down still further. But I inherited a mess, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, do you think that you had any influence on the Giants signing a deal with Coach Harbaugh? How do you think he'll do in New York?
I don't know, but they got a great coach. I like the coach. I like his brother. They came up to see me with about 3 months ago. They came up to see me in the White House. Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
With the mother and father, because the mother likes me and the father likes me, and I think they like me. And he's a great coach, and he's going to do well with the Giants, just like his brother does so well. They got something very special in their blood, and I'm happy for the Giants. They got a great coach. It's nice that you ask. I put out a strong word. Hire Coach Harbaugh.
President, you tell us on the Fed. Will you make a decision before now?
Yeah, I know who I want.
You know who you want?
In the Fed.
When will you make a decision?
I'll announce it sometime, but I know who I want.
Thank you. You said securing the Arctic from Russian threats is important to you. Why are you upset about NATO allies thinking that, more seriously in Greenland by holding military exercises?
Well, that wasn't a military. They sent a few people, and they say they sent them not for me, but to guard against Russia. But NATO's been warning Denmark for about 20 years now, longer than that, 25 years. They've been warning Denmark about the Russian threat. And it's not only Russia, it's also China. So we'll see what happens. But let's put it this way. It's going to be a very interesting Davos. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good flight. Thank you.
So if President Trump is announcing in advance, it's going to be a very interesting Davos, and we need to pay close attention. Somebody in the chat had said, hey, when does President Trump speak? President Trump, it's early tomorrow. His speech is 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, 8:30 Eastern is when he will be speaking at Davos. So if you want to watch it, bring some coffee. I can't ask for you to bring donuts because I can't eat donuts, but bring a protein bar, whatever you got to do, bring it, get ready. 8:30 tomorrow morning. I'll go live at about 8:15, go take a shower, wipe off the cobwebs, and we're going to get down to some Trump Davos at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And the fact that he just gave the admonition, it's going to be interesting. I'm like, I can't flipping wait to face all these people to their faces and let them know it's all about America first. You can just tell by looking at the stock market and what certain people are saying. And when I show you the Howard Lutnick interview, it's a panel of people from Europe, and they just all look like they're extremely constipated, because they're starting to understand. They're resisting and they're hoping somebody can do something. I guarantee you everybody in the world is hoping that the Supreme Court says no with the tariffs. But I'm going to give you a little bit of insight. And in case you haven't been following President Trump, back then Donald Trump, as long as I have, there is no way, there is no possible way, I'm going to give this to you straight, that he is telegraphing weakness. What I mean by that, you guys have seen the post that he put up and said that if the tariffs get struck down by the Supreme Court, we're screwed. If you haven't seen it, he actually said that. We are screwed if they strike down the Supreme Court. As shrewd of a businessman as he is, that is what I'm taking it as one huge head fake. One massive head fake. Just like the libs go with Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals, President Trump, he loves Sun Tzu. When strong, appear weak. When weak, appear strong. We're screwed if we don't get the tariffs. And everybody pounced on it. As well, they will if the Supreme Court comes out and says, nope, you can't do it. You can't do these tariffs to these countries. And everybody on every news station and all the panicans will be screaming, Trump got beat, he's defeated, we're screwed. Watch what happens. There is no way that guy, that one man, doesn't have a backup plan. Remember, he's surrounded by some of the best, most brilliant financial minds in the world. Do you really think, and I want you to just digest this, do you think that when he and Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick and Kevin Hassett and whoever else he brought in and they came up with their financial strategy, that they went and looked at this and said, you know what, we need to push all in on tariffs. What's plan B? Oh, there is no plan B. If we don't get that, we're screwed. Because that's what you'd have to believe. You would have to believe at that point that all the people in that room said, yeah, we're going to go with this, and there is no plan B. It's all or nothing. We're going to go all in, and all of us are going to look like fools when this gets struck down by the Supreme Court. You believe that? I don't. You know why I don't? Because you never do that. You never do that in business. You never do that, obviously, in high stakes politics as he's doing. It's not possible. You have to prepare for the unlikely event, even if it's not something you want, unless it is something you want. See, nobody's talked about that. What if he wants the tariff struck down? So I'm going to throw that in there for the mix at you right now. You're like, Barry, what the hell? Hey, you don't know what the plan is. Nobody knows what the plan is. Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Kevin Hassett, maybe President Trump, maybe a couple other people know what the real plan is. From what we've been seeing, the moves that President Trump has been making, we have no idea what's coming. And like he said, it's going to be interesting. You see, most people don't want to hear the words interesting from their president. They don't want to hear the words interesting from a high-ranking politician. We don't want to know that there's wild cards. Interesting. No, you mean it's going to be this, and this, right? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's the last thing they want to hear. That is the absolute last thing that they want to hear. Oh, we got something big brewing here. This isn't going to be your ordinary press conference.
It's going to be a wild ride this afternoon, Sam.
What a day for POTUS to join the podium at the White House press briefing.
All right, so they just put up on the screen, President Trump will be speaking at the press conference. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Tariffs against 8 European countries who say the U.S. has no business taking over Greenland. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking this morning to Maria Bartiromo.
He believes that Greenland is essential for the Golden Dome missile shield. He very strongly believes that it must be part of the United States to prevent a conflict rather than getting the U.S. engaged in ex post into a hot conflict.
But critics like California Governor Gavin Newsom
I don't care what Gavin Newsom has to say. I can't even fathom unannounced President Trump is walking into the White House briefing. Go get your Coke, your coffee, maybe a stiff drink, put your feet up, because this is going to be fun. I can't even imagine. You know how Caroline Leavitt deals with these idiots. You know how Caroline Leavitt's basically just chopping these people down. Can you imagine when he walks out and he starts taking questions? I bet you everybody in that room just went, ooh, he's coming in? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm glad we're here together.
About to go down. Aisha?
It is a packed briefing room today. This came as a little bit of a surprise for all of us in here, but it does make sense. It's the 1-year anniversary of his inauguration, and likely the president wants to talk about all his achievements over the last year, passing the big, beautiful bill, closing down and protecting the U.S. border, among a variety of topics that he's going to want to talk about. But the topic at top of mind for everyone in this room is, of course, his tariffs and Greenland and that all too important SCOTUS decision. We're still waiting for the Supreme Court going to tell us whether or not the president can use global tariffs or not. The room really is going to try to ask the president what his strategy is as he heads to Davos here tonight. And he's going to get in front of these world leaders who are very anxious and very concerned about his rhetoric on Greenland. He is doubling down every single hour. It seems that he wants to take Greenland. He's making the case that there is no other country out there that can protect Greenland from China and Russia. It has to be us. Last night, he actually told reporters on his way back from Miami, I don't think they're going to push back too much, talking about world leaders. We have to have it. They can't protect it. So we're going to try to find out what that means exactly, and whether that means that he's willing to use force to take Greenland. The president's comments in recent days have sent Europe into a frenzy, and we are getting a really fascinating behind the curtain look at what these world leaders are thinking, because there's been an awful lot of text messages between leaders that have been shared not just by the president but other leaders. One came in overnight from NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who wrote, I am committed to finding a way forward on Greenland. Can't wait to see you. Another one from French President Emmanuel Macron, who wrote, I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland. Macron, by the way, invited Trump to dinner in Paris after Davos. At the same time, he's also calling on European leaders to use what they called the trade bazooka on the U.S., which blocks the U.S. from accessing some EU markets. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, earlier today is trying to put these European leaders at ease, warning them to sit back, take a deep breath, do not retaliate, wait for the president to show up there in Davos in person and have those one-on-one conversations. The president is also pushing back last night on this idea that he's doing all of this because of the Nobel Peace Prize snub. It comes after the Norway prime minister said that Trump is, quote, very preoccupied with the prize and not getting it. Trump last night said that he does not care about the prize. He cares about saving lives. We're also expecting a lot of questions about his Board of Peace on Gaza, who's in, who's out, some wondering if it's going to undermine the United Nations and the UN Charter. But again, affordability was supposed to be the main topic in his remarks in Davos tomorrow, making home ownership easier. We'll see if that has changed. We'll see if we can get any more details on those policy announcements in just a few minutes. Back to you.
Oh, they're pooping their pants right now. Number one, he's coming into the briefing room. And number two, the people in Europe just don't have any idea what they're in for. None. They have no idea what's about to happen when he goes over to Davos. Oh, my gosh. So you're going to want to watch that tomorrow. Set your clocks on your phone. Make sure you're here at about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, especially after what he's about to say. Now, I'm going to give away a hat. I'm going to give away a hat to the person who can tell me how long it'll take before they bring up the church and the ICE invasion, because it's very interesting that all of this is happening and hardly anybody is now talking about Minneapolis. It's like it's been pushed off the front page. And one thing liberals hate is for people to ignore them. And right now we are seeing them being ignored because there's so much more, let's face it, important stuff. Again, I understand we want to make sure that ICE can do their jobs. I don't think President Trump has any problem with that. And at the same time, what are we, 2 weeks into these people freezing out there protesting, and they've done nothing. They've done nothing to stop ICE. They've done nothing to even slow ICE down. They put 3,000 people on the street in terms of the ICE agents and things of that nature, and he's ready to bring in the military. So there's nothing that these people can do other than talk crap. You know, as I told you last night, we're sitting there watching a football game. President Trump's down there. They're pissed off because he was at the football game. You're not paying attention to us. You're not showing us what's going on. No respect. No respect. You don't get no respect. You get even less respect than Macron in France. You get nothing. And so right now you're seeing the rest of the world trying to figure out, what do we do with this guy? Which is dangerous. Well, let's all admit it's dangerous. I hope, pray for a hedge of protection around him, put the armor all over him. But, the stock market is down 665 points right now. They're freaking out. They realize, imagine you're a world leader. You're Davos. We've been in the World Economic Forum. Oh, this is what Howard said earlier. Let me see if they catch it.
Paying attention and not just acting. You have seen him use tariff policy again and again to have outcomes that are reasonable and appropriate.
You look back at Liberation Day and the fear of God that the critics put in the American stock market and investors over President Trump's tariff policy. And the stock...
Yeah, all they had is fear. And normal people have gone a year now and go, it didn't fall apart. It's not horrible. I got cheaper eggs. I got cheaper gas. My groceries, if I buy the right stuff, they're cheaper. Wow, we just got 50 gazillion gallons of oil from Venezuela. Markets didn't tank. We don't need even more oil drilling. Do you understand that? We are bringing in so much oil just because the rigs that we have are going at such a capacity. There's companies now saying, well, there's no reason to drill. We couldn't go through it. We have too much oil. Imagine that. Imagine a little over 12, 14 months ago, Biden depleted the oil reserves. Now we got too much. We're overloaded with oil. We don't need OPEC. Who would have ever thought? This is why you see the Democrats freaking. Their ability to communize the rest of the country is only able to happen because of politicians and the media. And then, of course, the orcs that they motivate. There's a lot of people talking right now that, should we see the curtain ripped off of the fake elections, all hell's going to break loose. I think, just to let you know, I've been telling you, I've told Robin, I think all hell is going to break loose anyway. They don't want you prosperous. They don't want you making money. They don't want you buying houses. They don't want, eat the bugs, live in the pods, be happy, don't own anything. And in just 12 months, that seems like so far away. Everybody is now looking to do different things. And I won't even tell you some of the stuff that's happening down here. Yesterday or the day before, President Trump was talking about how there's a plan afoot to move the stock market to either Texas or Florida. Another dagger in the heart of Mondami. He's becoming more ineffective by the day, but it's too late. You guys voted him in. You're going to see the same thing in Virginia. That state is going to go boom. And it's because you didn't get out and vote. So all of this stuff that's happening and everything that's happening in Minneapolis, exposure, putting the light on these things, I think was of utmost importance. We didn't know it was this bad. You really want to go into a church? You want to go into a church and basically protest during a service? I got something to show you about that as well. It's crazy. They're desperate. They are absolutely desperate, and it's not working. It only works if you allow it to work. The panicans out there, the black pillars, that so-called black pillars, and what they're doing, all they can do is just do this. All they can do, look at, oh my gosh.
82 cents. And every time I say that, I get texts and tweets from all over the country saying we're actually much lower than that. Some of the areas of the country, obviously, to average it out, are still around $3. But boy, has that dropped and affected a lot of American lives, Martha.
Yeah, and that has been the counter argument for the impact of tariffs in some cases and other elements of the economy.
So on my feed, my personal feed, the people here, let me see if I can show it to you. They're out there walking around handing out giant, not binders, but packets people are going to have to read. Like, here, President Trump's coming out. You need one. You need one. This is what he's been. And those are thick packets that they're handing out. My goodness. It's like, see, my feed's a little bit ahead of where Fox is, so I could see that on my computer. But they're handing out homework. Follow along with what's about to happen. So just to let you know, if anything happens with the feed, I've got redundancy. I've got a backup here. I'll take Fox as the primary, but if they act like nuts and cut away, then I will definitely, cut to the other feed. The reason why I like to use Fox, in case you guys wonder, it's not that I'm in love with Fox. You guys speak and I listen. The feed that I have is a direct feed at the podium, and it doesn't show who's asking the questions. When Fox shows that they've got two feeds, they've got the same feed I have, but at the same time, they have a second camera that takes in who's asking the question. So if Fox is available, I will take Fox, which they are today. And then from there, I will switch over if for some reason they cut away. So we won't miss anything. But if there's a time jump, we're not going through a time warp, just that my feed is probably 8 to 10 seconds ahead of theirs. So if we have to move, you may hear something coming back. So this whole stuff about Greenland, I know it caught a lot of people by surprise, and it's catching Europe by surprise. And you have to wonder, why does Europe care so much about Greenland? Why do those countries all the way across the ocean care about Greenland when it's right here next to President Trump, next to the United States? There's something there that they want. Probably the same thing that President Trump wants, but for a different nefarious purpose. That nefarious purpose is they need a base in case they want to do something to America. President Trump needs it so that they can't do something to America. If Greenland or Europe were to allow somebody to have an Air Force base right there, can't happen. And the same token, that's why Trump doesn't want it. Nope, I want the Western Hemisphere, which is like yet another thing that's pissing people off. They don't understand this grab of power. It's intoxicating. It's what we want as a country. We've kicked around Greenland for, 60, 70 years, and everybody wants to have meetings. Let's have a meeting about Greenland. Let's talk about Greenland. No more talk. It's going to happen. This is happening. One way or the other, this is happening. Now, what's funny, they're talking about these text messages. Can you imagine sending a text message to the President of the United States and having it broadcast all over television? The guy is ruthless. He's absolutely ruthless. All right, so I don't know how long it's going to be before he comes out. It's been 15 minutes. So let me continue with something I have.
The Trump economic plan is a three-legged stool. It is trade, tax, and deregulation. Trade, we have signed historic trade deals, and we are bringing in the hundreds of millions of dollars of tariff revenue. But more importantly than that, on the other side, and I think what goes unnoticed and it should be highlighted, is as we do these trade deals, not only is the U.S. taking in revenue, we have pushed down the tariffs mostly to zero with other countries, and we've taken down non-tariff trade barriers. That's why you saw a dramatic jump in exports in the U.S. in the third quarter. On tax, we got the one big, beautiful bill done on July 4th, which no one said could be done. And in that, we have full expensing, permanent, which gives business great certainty for equipment. We have full expensing for factories and ag structures. So we are seeing a CapEx boom. The CapEx is up 12%. In the history of economic cycles, CapEx.
All right, so just to let you know again, CapEx, he speaks in big terms. CapEx, capital expenditures, basically investing. If you're building a factory, if you want to buy a factory, you want to bring in more employees, you want more equipment, capital expenditures, basically self-investing in a company in America. And one of the things he also said in Davos today, I think it was today, that he sees that ready for this one, that the economy could grow as much as 6 to 7% GDP. Remember, talking about GDP as 3% was considered, oh, wow. And then they started talking about 4s, and then 5s, and now they're talking 6s and 7s. That's crazy, absolutely crazy.
Booms always lead to employment booms. And then thirdly, and the silent part that is really taking hold now is the president's deregulatory agenda. For too long, we have over-regulated. We are in Europe, the center of the great regulatory morass. The Draghi reports came out and said that Europe needs to deregulate. President Trump has taken the initiative and deregulated, whether it's what the Treasury does in financial markets. We are safely and soundly deregulating the banking and financial system.
All right. So I hope you understood what he's saying. He's talking about complete deregulation, enhancing investment, enhancing competition, and all of that spells prosperity for America. America. We are no longer your piggy bank. We're going to invest here. And if you want to be in front of the world's best consumers, you're going to have to come here. You're going to have to give us what they want. So I have the full interview with Howard Lutnick, but this is amazing. This is about a 2-minute clip. And I just, none of us, well, maybe you are. I'm not a body language expert, but just look at how Howard answers these people and their response, their Metamucil Miralax kind of need response. Like, is he really saying this? Oh yeah, he's saying this.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
No. It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere is vital for the United States of America. Our national security people are on it, and they care about it, and I'm going to leave it to them to address with our allies, with our friends, and with everyone how they work it out. But the Western Hemisphere matters to the United States of America, and the United States of America, as I've just articulated, really, really matters to the world. When America shines, the world shines, because they all need to make sure America is strong and powerful to take care of them, God forbid. And
did you see the girl's face? And this guy's like, oh my God. Can we talk about Greenland? No. I'm sorry. We're at Davos. We're out here. We're powerful. We're here at Davos. No. Didn't expect that answer, did you?
So I think America and the Western Hemisphere are vital to America, and I'm going to leave that to my national security people to address.
Right.
Awkward silence. Did he just tell us get bent? Not to. Who's got the first question?
The rest of us, I think, are finding it harder to make that kind of separation clearly.
We don't care. We don't care. The rest of us are having a hard time making that separation. Too effing bad. What? How do you? Right now, you're begging. It's tough for us. What do we do?
And I would be curious to know how the representatives of the UK and Canada might want to think about these issues. Do you see them as starkly divided, as Secretary Lutnick would like us to Do you have them? Does this logic of what's good for America is good for the world convince in its...
See, that's where the mistake was. This guy thinks we're there to convince you. He's not there to convince you. President Trump's not coming over there tomorrow to convince you. It's either take it or leave it. Period. This is how it's going to be. They're starting to get it. Like, are you going to try and convince us? No, I got to convince you of anything.
In this extraordinarily strong, extremely eloquent expression that we've just heard.
You go first.
Thank you. Thanks, Francois Philippe.
We're friends.
So I'm very struck by and taken by the idea of putting your own country first and considering your own security and resilience. I think it's about 3 years ago now that I gave a speech where I coined the term securonomics.
I'm very taken aback by the fact that you're talking about America first. I don't care, honey. I'm sorry. That's how it's going to be. They're shocked. They've been watching the news. They've been hearing him speak. They've been watching what he's been doing for 12 months. And I guess they never thought he really means this. Is he saying that he's serious about this America First stuff? You saw her face. You saw the other guy's face. They're like, wait a second. We're Davos. You don't understand who you're talking to, right? We run the world. This is the World Economic Forum. You're supposed to come to us, like that. Like that guy, Barack or something. Yeah, do this. And the other drool cup you had in here, he didn't know where he was, so he just nodded. And you're telling us, too bad. And they're absolutely gobstruck. She couldn't speak. It was so uncomfortable. I just don't understand this America First thing. Well, here's how it works, honey. We've got 300 million people in our own country who need housing, who need health care, who need food, who need gas, who need products. And it's my job to take care of those 300 million first. If by chance we have anything left over, we can, maybe pitch in. But other than that, you're going to pay us for protection. You want us to make sure that the big baddies don't come knocking on your door. Guess what? You're going to pay us. We're first. We're not lending you missiles. We're not just going to come show up and fight your battles for you. We are essentially, certain countries' mercenaries. You're going to pay us. That's it. Ask this dude Zelensky what he's doing right now. By the way, did that just go away? I mean, seriously, have you heard anybody in the news lately talk about Ukraine and Russia's war? Why not? It was like every single night. People were putting the flags in their bios. Did it just go away? It went away faster than the Minneapolis stuff. And I think it's starting to I think people are starting to realize he's serious. Oh, yeah, he's really serious. Get used to it. Get used to it. These people with Howard Lutnick talking aren't ready for what's coming. Can you imagine when the boss shows up tomorrow? And again, think about what this guy has done. He was in Miami last night until 11 or 12 o'clock, watching a football game, hanging out with his daughter and his family. Gets on a plane, goes back to Washington. Who knows what time he got up this morning. He was posting early. He's going to come out, walk out at a press briefing. Then he's going to go back in. He's going to get on a plane, fly halfway across the world to Switzerland for a speech at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Man, this guy, he's simply amazing, simply amazing. And then we got people in our own country going, what do we do? Trump sucks, Trump sucks. And I'm like, you guys aren't even paying attention well to what's going on. All right, let me tell you guys about one of our partners here that you guys know very well. It's Chapter. Medicare is often confusing. As someone who recently turned 65, I personally can confirm this. Keeping track of enrollment periods, understanding all your options, and making sure you're on the right plan takes a lot of time and energy. And between Medicare scams, corrupt insurance agents, and bloated insurance companies, it's easy to make mistakes that can cost you thousands. That's why I'm happy we partnered with Chapter, not just in our business, but in our personal life. They're actually honest and the only Medicare advisor that looks at every plan nationwide, helping people save an average of $1,100 a year. People are relieved when they can talk to Chapter. I understand they've been very, very busy. It's hard at this point because it is enrollment time, but you got to give them a chance and they will help you. They'll show you a supplemental plans. We'll show you everything. These guys won't push you to buy a plan you don't want, and their support is completely free. One free 20-minute phone call. That's all it's going to take, and they'll analyze your entire situation. So if you're turning 65 soon or have questions about your coverage, call them at 475-328-3545 to get the most out of Medicare, and they will help you. Most people wish they had just called Chapter sooner. All right, so I'm going to take a 90-second break, but if he comes on before then of course I will be right back.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
One of the crazy things we all figured out like first week or so we're in the White House, okay, is there was a payment that should be stopped because the president signed an executive order to stop a payment. And this is like day one of the White House. We're like, okay, how do we stop this payment? Because somebody's trying to make this payment, and nobody knew where like the computer was that actually wired the money from the U.S. taxpayer to this entity. So,
Remember, Wally and Nigerian, they get into office. They're like, how do we stop payments? Anybody know how to stop money from going out of here? And they had to go find Wally.
Dude, the amount of waste and the amount of just grift in the federal government was off the charts. It's still, it's getting better, but there's still a lot more I think we can find.
Who was getting it? I don't know one person that was getting something extra. I don't think. Well, unless everybody was slurping.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were slurping. Man, you look at what. So, for example, there are all these humanitarian programs that we have where we send money for people, for medicine, for food.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but like I think like what I thought before I got in the government, what most Americans think is okay. So we send $100,000 to this group to buy food for like poor kids in Africa. Okay. And what actually happens is it's not $100,000 that go to the food for the poor kids in Africa.
Right.
That the NGO, the non-government organization that gets that money, contracts it out to somebody else.
Right. So
and
there's
then
a
they
middleman.
subcontract it out to somebody.
There's
like 3 or 4 middlemen. And what, Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State, he's a very good friend. What he told me is that his best estimate after he had his team look at it is that 88 cents of every dollar was actually being collected by middlemen.
No way.
So every dollar we were spending humanitarian assistance, 12 cents was actually making it to people who needed it. That's crazy. So there's a lot of waste, man, a lot of crazy stuff.
So Elon was putting in a lot. Was Elon doing it for free all that time? He was
doing it for free. Yeah.
He was doing it for free.
He was doing it for free. I mean, he doesn't need money, right? That's the one thing Elon does not need.
12%. 12%. That's all that ended up in the hands of people who needed. So they were basically stealing 88% of our money. Your money, my money, 88%. These people were just taken. I wanted to get to this comment because it makes me feel good. It says, tell Barry I had a great experience with Chapter yesterday. It was amazing. The guy gave him an hour on the phone. They are unbelievable. I love seeing that, and I'm sure the guys at Chapter will love it as well because they want to make sure people are happy with the service, even though sometimes it can take a while to get there. Oh.
And John, I've lost communication with you, but let me just tell you that Gregory Bovino, the Border Patrol agent in charge of the operations here, is due to hold a news conference in the building right behind me in just about an hour or so. I'm sure he will have something to say about those accusations of racial profiling by some of the agents under his command. John?
I am so sick of people saying racial this, racial that. That's all they got. That's all they have is to complain about racism. Racism. I saw something in the comments I want to address because I'm sick of it. I am absolutely sick of it. Sometimes I wonder, should I say things because people might get pissed off? They might unsubscribe. But it's not good for our community. It's not at all good for our community when I keep seeing people say stuff like, I don't trust J.D. Vance. Somebody actually put that. I don't trust J.D. Vance. Why does it upset me so much when I see people say, I don't trust this person? I don't trust that person. Number one, you don't know that person. You can't not trust somebody you don't know personally, unless it's some Democrat, maybe, I don't know. But more importantly, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, you voted for this. You voted for the man who chose him as his vice president. He ran for the entire campaign as his vice president. He brought in the staff that he wanted, and yet I see people going, I don't trust X, Y, and Z. You have to understand, you are basically saying in a very specific way that you don't trust President Trump. There's no other way around it. You don't sincerely trust President Trump. You're thinking, I don't know, maybe he's good on this, but I don't know. Well, I'm sorry. If that's the guy you voted in and you watched the campaign the entire time, then unless you've given up on Trump, I don't see how possibly you can be saying you don't trust J.D. Vance. Last night I showed a clip, I'll show it maybe today if we got some time, where Glenn Beck and everybody's pissed off about this stuff in that church. And Glenn Beck, who I feel some endearment to him. I like his content. I like what he says, but there's this little bit of what he says that really bothers me. And what bothers me is when I hear people say, we can't be like them. Well, that to me is a weakness I can exploit. Because if you're not willing to do what they're doing, you're going to be overtaken. If we're not willing to get behind President Trump, J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, Scott Bessent, the whole lot of them, Susie Wiles, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, if you give the other team a weakness, it will be exploited. Just watched the football game last night. There was a cornerback from Miami that Indiana kept going after. He was a weak spot, and they kept, trying to exploit it. You have to be willing to fight as hard, as dirty, as aggressive as needed. There can't be any, I don't want to do what they're doing, because they're going to do it to you. I think the analogy I used last night is we are not in a ring. We are not in an octagon. There's no referees. See, when you're in a ring, if you've ever wrestled or in the circle, if you've ever been in an octagon, if you're in a boxing ring, there's a third person there who's going to go, can't do that. All right, I won't do that. We're in a street fight. There's nobody refereeing this street fight. And if the guy that you're fighting against or the woman you're fighting against is willing to put their boot in your butt, you damn well better be ready to put your boot in their butt. Otherwise, they're going to beat you. I am sick of the weakness on the right. I am sick of people I can't do. I couldn't be that way. All right, then you're a loser. You're going to lose. If I met you on the street and took a swing at you and you said, I can't hit him, I can't kick him in the nuts because I'm a better person than that, I'm taking your pocketbook and the keys to your car. I'm beating you. At some point, Christians and conservatives have to get together and say, grow a pair. Because if you don't, you're going to be, subjected to all kinds of stuff by the people on the left because they damn well are going to do it to you. I didn't think I was going to talk about it like I did last night, but I just looked over and saw that comment and went, I don't trust this person. I don't like that. You got to be ready. I mean, you're watching this guy who's getting ready to fly halfway across the world tomorrow to do a speech at 8:30, and I guarantee you that speech is not going to be anything about this is the same old way we've always done it. I guarantee you he is going to say, this is how it's going to be, and if you don't like it, you can kiss my behind. And by the way, you're going to have to pay me to kiss my behind. Here's an extra 200 tariff on you. You want some? Keep talking. Here's 50 on you. Oh, I didn't know we could be, that's kind of rough to do that. He just did it last night. I just showed you the tape of him, what he said about Macron. Oh, did he really say that? Oh, he took a shot at me? Yeah, well, maybe I'll put 200% on his champagne and wine. You heard it. Did you not listen? Did it wash over you? Did you expect him to say, oh, let me call Macron and see if we can work it out? Hi, Macron. I'm sorry. Did I upset you? Come on, let's talk. Can we hug it out? No, you heard the immediate response. I didn't hear that, but did he say that? If he said it, well, hit him with 200%. Bam. Now what you got to say? I'll crush your economy. How about that? See, there are too many people on the right who are as shocked by what Trump is doing as there are on the left. They just don't like to admit it. And then they say something in a chat someplace or post something on X. And I'm like, you lily wimps. You're not ready for this. That's why I keep saying it over and over. You better get ready for what's coming. He's trying to groom you in a good way. We're not taking your crap anymore. The one thing, I saw a video that somebody compiled where President Trump, throughout his career, he said, I get even. You hit me, I'm going to hit you 5 times harder. I'm not going to recoil and wonder, should I respond, honey? Should I pop this guy in the head? Those days are long gone. Until you realize you're fighting for the survival of this country, let me just ask you, what would you do to fight for the very survival of you and your family's lives? What would you do? Somebody kicks in your door They come towards your little girl. What would you do? Answer it honestly. The life of your children, your wife, your dog are dependent upon your reaction right there in the moment. What are you going to do? Don't go reaching for the phone. They're 3, 10, 5 minutes away. Ain't gonna help you. What are you going to do? Try to negotiate? Try to say, can we just talk it out? No, because that person who's doing that, who's coming through your front door, isn't there to negotiate. They're there to take. They're there to impose their will. And as soon as some men understand that, as soon as some men understand what's at stake right now is not a negotiation, it's not a tweet, it's not hiding behind some keyboard, it's getting down and dirty with the people who are willing to get down and dirty with you. It disgusted me seeing those people in the church yesterday or Sunday. I was completely abhorrent to me that these people did not stand up. And it made me realize something. The people who went inside that church knew how those people would react. I bet you they walked in with full confidence. I bet you they had all kinds of meetings. So what do we do if they do this? They're not going to do that. They're Christians. Huh? They won't even respond. They'll sit there and pray and hope we don't do something to them. I guarantee they knew it. What do you do if people think that way about you? If they think you're going to keep turning the cheek and you don't trust J.D. Vance, okay? I don't know. I want to piss you off. Hey, look, I think I got a clip about what happened in that church.
In just 1 year, Congresswoman Ilhan.
Oh no, this is even better beef.
Omar's net worth went up nearly $30 million. The question is how? Here's what we know. Omar's husband, a former political consultant, owns a venture capital firm based in Washington, D.C. and a winery in California. Take a look at these numbers. In 2023, Omar disclosed a maximum of $50,000 in assets at the winery. The next year, Dana, that number increased to $5 million.
No, there's no fraud. You went from 50 grand to 5 million. I mean, you could have taken every single one of Nancy Pelosi's stock trades, and you ain't going from 50 grand to 5 million. I mean, there are some of us who have tripled our money in silver, but that still ain't going from 50 grand to 5 million in 1 year. By the way, the guy from the Pelosi stock trader will be here on Thursday to talk to you guys about money. But Ilhan Omar, the math ain't mathing, honey.
Meanwhile, her husband's company, Rose Lake Capital, reported a maximum of $1,000 in assets in 2023. The next year, it was $25 million.
Okay, letting that sink in. 1,000. 20 million. There are some good people out there. Warren Buffett's probably one of the best traders you'd ever want to hear. There's some other guys that really kill it. I'm going to ask the guy from Pelosi Tracker, have you ever seen anybody have 1,000 and turn it into 20 million in a year? No. I'm surprised it's taken this long to look at. I'm surprised it has taken this long. No, obviously, nobody in the Biden administration wanted to pay any attention to it. They were just letting it ride because everybody was doing it. Wait till they look at AOC. They're all doing it. How much of that money is coming from us?
Despite that, Omar denied being a millionaire earlier this year, posting on X, quote, "I barely have thousands, let alone millions." House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer tells Fox News an investigation is underway, writing, quote, "The committee is working on addressing ethics concerns regarding Representative Omar and her spouse, and we hope to have an update soon." But Omar says she's being targeted.
Ever since I've gotten to Congress, they have been doing these sort of weird ethics investigations.
Weird. What's weird, honey, is how you went from nothing to $30 million. That's weird. That's beyond weird. That's not mathematically possible unless you won Powerball twice or something. Maybe that's what she did. Maybe she cashed in and won Powerball and she's rich. How do you go from dirt Somali poor to $30 million? A lot of us be like, show us how that works. Because by all estimation, if you went from 0 to 30 million, the next year or right about now, you should be at about, 45 or 50, right? If you're doing it correctly, you wouldn't have stopped what you were doing. You would keep going. Nobody stops doing a trade or an investment if it's still providing dividends. I'm still buying houses. Why? You can still make money on houses. I'm going to still buy silver. Why? Because, once I find out the basis point that I'm comfortable with, and if it's still going up, I can make money. Silver would have to go to like $25,000 an ounce for me to turn this kind of profit. But if it did, I'd keep doing it. Oh wow, silver today is at 19 grand. Better buy some more. How did you go from 1,000 to 30 million? We'd all love to know. We would clap. I personally would applaud whatever strategy you came up with. Why, instead of calling the inquiry weird, not look at the paper and go, hey, that's some damn weird investments. That's pretty crazy how much money you just made.
Them have yielded anything because I have been as transparent as I can be.
Did you marry your brother? I mean, you said you've been as transparent. Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Did you marry your brother? Show us the paperwork. You've been as transparent as you can be. See, that's one of the problems, again, I love to point out, with the media. They just sit there. They sit there and take it. There's no follow-up question. Well, since we're talking about transparent, Ilhan, who's this guy in this picture? Oh, that's my brother. And you married him? Not one of these people have ever asked her the question.
Of course, others see it differently. Elon Musk says Omar committed fraud, while President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, she should be in jail or even a worse punishment, sent back to Somalia. Omar authored the Meals Act in 2020, which loosened oversight on food programs during COVID. Federal prosecutors say...
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. The boss is here. They're on the wrong program, so I'll go to mine because Fox hasn't switched yet.
Anniversary, January 20th, and it's been an amazing period of time. We have a book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments of what we've produced. All page after page after page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished. But we've done more than any other administration. An amazing period of time. We have a book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments of what we've produced. All page after page after page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished. But we've done more than any other administration has done by far in terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of completing wars. Nobody's really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people, and these are just some of the more recent ones that we have, and I can show you some of the people, vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people? international murder. These are people that are they're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came, or the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers, they're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers, they're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane. These are just in Minnesota. California, it's worse. In other states, it's worse. No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine? And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out, and they get them money, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes, and they come from here, they have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country, because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman. So here is another one. And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing. And it's a dangerous job. These are rough people. Weapons. This one here is very bad. I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to beautiful place in Switzerland where we'll be, I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for. In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look, killed somebody. Look, and these are rough people. These are not, this was all allowed into our country through open borders. These dumbest policies, you know, men and women's sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners. Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And an unbelievably nice woman also did a very incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people and the president and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go. These are rough ones. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state out of many. And these people are, let's see, yeah, these are all, so far, people that came from outside of the country. They were allowed in by Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden, whichever you like. You can call him whatever you like. They're both right. He's sleepy and he's crooked. He was the worst president we've ever had. And we've had some bad ones too. I can tell you, all you have to do is look at trade. You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't. But these are people that you have to see. Strong-arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon, and many other crimes. Gang member, known as one of the toughest people around. These are tough people. So this is what the people are trying to protect, because all ICE wants to do is get them out of our country, bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots, and they have to be abused by guys like Don Lemon, who's a loser, lightweight. I saw him the way he walked in that church. It was terrible. I have such respect for that pastor. He was so calm. He was so nice. He was just accosted. What they did in that church was horrible yesterday. Look at it here. 24 convictions. 24 times convicted. They're not charges. These are convictions. So he comes from outside the country. Do you think he's going to be good here? He's convicted 24 times. He's going to be good here, right? It doesn't work that way. It's a man murder. It's one of many. One of many. All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country. And we're met with paid agitators and insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid. You know, when the woman was shot, and I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it. But when she was shot, there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 right? You saw it so loud. It was like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's shame, shame. She's screaming shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff. Look at this. All top of the line criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands. We had over 3,000 in the last fairly short while. Just in Minnesota. What's the number, Carol?
10,000.
10,000.
10,000 criminals arrested in Minnesota alone.
10,000 criminals. And these are serious criminals. Now, how can a place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. Yeah, I like that guy. He keeps nodding to me. Do you agree with me, I guess? I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him. He keeps nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe. Look. These are rough ones. So we just took this off a stack. We have many stacks like this. Like, I could go 30 times what I'm showing you now. Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice. Why do we allow them in our country? I'm just looking at these charges. It's just pretty incredible. Many murderers, many, many murderers. People that murdered. So what ICE does, and Border Patrol is incredible too. I mean, Paul Perez and that group is incredible. Mostly Hispanic, by the way. They're like 60% Hispanic. You know, they talk about Hispanic. They're mostly Hispanic, right? And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. They are unbelievable. Entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest. Nobody ever got numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican. But even if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along Texas, between Texas and Mexico. It never happened before. Nobody's ever done that before. I did it. As a Republican, I did it. I love the Hispanic. And they accuse us of all sorts of things. 60% of the people we're talking about, they're the best people we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable people. I don't know how they can take the abuse. They're taking rough people like this, like all of them. We have 10,000 at least. I could have done 10,000 of them. You're lucky I only did like 100. And this isn't even the worst of the group. They have murderers. They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons, but they're up for murder in their own country. And we jeopardize their case. When we send them back and we coordinate with other countries. A tremendous amount of work. All allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country. A man that didn't win the election, by the way, it's a rigged election. Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him. So I just want you to know that it's a terrible thing. Here's the book on accomplishments. And this is something, I'm glad my finger wasn't in that sucker. That could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. What, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was nasty. I think somebody did that. I think it was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you didn't. So, but here's the book. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before. And it's big stuff, too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world. So, I will read you a few. We ended Biden's stagflation. We were in stagflation. That's a disaster. That's far worse than inflation. As you know, he had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. Pick your choice. But they had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. We have it right down to a normal number now. We're going to get it even a little bit lower. Created super high. What we've done with growth is incredible. We created super high economic growth. And America is booming. It's booming. There are thousands of businesses right now that are being built. Many of the biggest factories in the world are being built right in our country. They're not going to other countries. They're leaving other countries. Fourth quarter GDP is on track to pass perhaps much more than 5% growth, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. They shut down our country, and we had 5%. Nobody in this room has ever heard about 5%. I think it could be 20% if we do it right. If we don't, every time we have good numbers, they raise interest rates. You shouldn't do it. In the old days, if you had good numbers, they'd lower interest rates, or they wouldn't do anything. Here, they try and kill it. They always try and kill success. Over the last 20, 25 years, that's the way. In the old days, if you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. Today, if you have good numbers, the market goes down. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history, and we inherited a mess. The numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting... maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. We inherited high numbers and we brought them way down. And look at gasoline. They have places in the country now, $1.99 a gallon. $1.99, $2.30, $2.50. I guess the average now they're saying is $2.31. I mean, he was at $4.50 and $5 for periods of time. And he went back to the Trump formula, but he didn't do it properly, and he really went back to parts of it because you would have had $8 gasoline if they didn't, but he didn't do it properly. He had people that didn't know what they were doing. Core inflation for the last 3 months is 1.6%. 1.6. Their core inflation was so high that nobody could even calculate it. Under Biden, real incomes declined $3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year. In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000 and even in some cases $5,000. It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record highs. That means 401ks did great. I have people see me all the time, policemen that guard us really well, and got to know them a little bit. And they said, "Sir, you're making me look so good. My 401k is through the roof. My wife thinks I'm the greatest genius, that I'm a financial genius, like Warren Buffett." He told me that. He said, I think they have better returns than Warren Buffett right now. But he said, all my life, my wife has been criticizing me for not being smart financially. Now, all of a sudden, she loves me more. But we added $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, saving many people. I mean, they were going out of business. Think of it. We added $9 trillion of value to retirement accounts, savings accounts, and 401ks. That's during the course of 12 months. And I think it's probably 11 months, because I don't think they have it for the 12. They have it for the 11. Added $9 trillion of value. Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had, welfare would have gone up. And instead of investing $18 trillion in our country, now it's probably more than that, but $18 trillion, and having thousands of plants being built all over the country, you would have had thousands of plants closing all over the country, and you would have had disinvestment, and you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? It was at $7 billion, and it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration, they had no clue. Or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court. I mean, some of those justices were fighting for them, too. They were fighting for them. But you saw that just the other day in the Supreme Court. Men playing in women's sport doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion in commitments for new investments. Apple, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron, AstraZeneca, General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago in Michigan that they were going to close 2 years ago, and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars. Tariffs did it. I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be. But think of it. You're allowed to do a license, and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary with tariffs. I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and if we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people. But we're waiting for that case anxiously, and we have tremendous national security because of tariffs and tremendous income. You know, we have, and by the way, no inflation. So everyone said, oh, tariffs will cause inflation. We have no inflation. We have very little inflation. Biden had inflation, and he didn't do tariffs. We had a huge problem. We have a 62% reduction in our trade deficit. So if you had a 1% reduction, a normal president would have a 1%, 2% reduction. Everybody would be high-fiving. At a 62% reduction, next year we won't have a trade deficit. We secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much. To me, I think this might be the biggest thing of all. We get zero talk about it. The New York Times had a story way in the back of the paper, a little story about it. I think it's the biggest thing there is when you talk about healthcare. Drug prices will go down more than ever before for any country because we were priced at such a level that we were subsidizing the entire world, big place in the world. We were paying 10, 12, 13 times more than other countries. 13 times more, not 13%, 13 times more. A pill that was selling in London for $10 would sell in New York for $130. It's 13 times. More than that even. But we secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much as 300, 400, 500, and even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, Gilead Sciences, EMD, Serenio, and many others. If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87. Think of it. So something that was costing $1,300 is now costing $87. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it. That's why I do this. I don't like to do this, to be honest with you. But I do it because got to get the word out. We signed one big, beautiful bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill, delivering the largest tax cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We made interest on car loans tax deductible for U.S.-built automobiles only. So if you buy an automobile built in the United States, we're not doing it for Germany and Canada and different places. We're doing it only if it's built here. We want them to be built here. A lot of the Canadian auto plants are closing and they're moving into the United States. Same thing with Mexico, same thing with Germany, and same thing with Japan and other countries. They're moving into the United States because of tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs. It's too much. They can't pay the tariffs. So they're coming here. Nothing different than what other smart countries did, but it works better for us. Under my leadership, it's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. Passed the largest spending cuts in American history, and that was true in my first. We had a tremendous first term also. We rebuilt our military. We had one of the best. We had the best economy in the history of our country, but we're blowing it away now. When this stuff starts opening up, you're not going to see anything like it probably ever again. We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You could do it 2%, 1%, 0.5%, 27%. And that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers. Again, when you see people in Minnesota that are murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say to Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said close the border. Within 1 month, we had almost nobody coming in. Now for the last 8 months, nobody came into our country illegally. And I find that hard to believe because you'd think somebody, because it used to be millions of people just poured into our country. And the people that do that are Democrat sort of aligned. So, they're not doing me any favors. We had nobody come in. We have a very strong border. We have very few people coming up. They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be coming in. So it's not as hard as you think. But I didn't have to go back. Remember, they said, we need legislation to close the border. They had millions of people coming in a month. We have nobody coming in, and we're getting the murderers out. Murderers, people from prisons and jails. Many countries opened up their prisons and dropped them into the United States. Those are the people we're getting out. And we have a lot of heart. And I said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms, and they're working in luncheonettes and hotels and all. And we're looking to get the criminals out right now, the criminals. And I think it's very important. I mean, every once in a while you see a story, we take somebody. He should be out because they came in illegally. So in theory, they should be. But we're focused on the murderers, the drug dealers, the mentally insane. We have a lot of mentally insane killers. I mean, you can't even talk to them. It'd be nice if you could have a little reason, but you can't even reason. These are seriously ill people. You have a couple of countries where they were loaded up. Their mental institutions and insane asylums were loaded to the gills. They couldn't get. They're empty now. But they're filling up because we're bringing them all back. We know where they came from. And every country accepts them. You know, under Biden, they wouldn't say, they had so little respect that they'd bring them there and they wouldn't take them. They said, get the hell out of here. They would be bringing a plane in to land in a country, and they'd put 5 planes on the runway so you couldn't land the plane. So they'd come back with the people that they were bringing back. They don't do that with me. They do that with me. They have problems. They don't do it. They accept them back. They're not happy about it, but they accept them back. Cut a record number of regulations. I promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. Instead, we cut 129 old regulations for each one added. Think of that. I wanted to do 10. My first 4 years I did, when we put on a new regulation, you had to cut 8. This year I said you have to cut 10. Instead, we cut 129. So every time, so far, can't remain like that, I don't imagine. I hope I can, because we have so much wasted regulation, stupid regulations. Regulations where they go by California, which is a disaster state, with a governor that truly is doing a bad job. He's killing that state. If he ever ran the country, this country would be Venezuela very quickly. Using tariffs slash the U.S. trade deficit by an incredible 77%. The trade deficit is down, and that doesn't include the last month where we had our best month. We slashed the trade deficit by an incredible 77% in 1 year with no inflation, something that everyone said could not be done. So we had essentially no inflation. In fact, the last month we had almost no inflation. But we slashed the trade deficit by 77%. If you slashed it by 1%, that was good. Again, we did that with tariffs and intelligence. We did that with November 5th, great election. We secured historic trade deals to reduce barriers on U.S. exports with countries covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Think of that. American exports are up by more than $150 billion this year. People said, oh, we're not exporting. All we do is buy. If you keep buying, you're not going to have a country for very long. So we increased exports by more than $150 billion. Investment in American factories is up 41%. That's a record. Nobody goes 41% up. You go 2% up, 1% up. You go down by 3%. If Kamala got elected, the 41% up would be 41% down. We removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payroll. That's another thing. So we have, we announce our unemployment numbers, call it unemployment or employment. And they were very good, but we could make them great. But we've slashed tremendous numbers of people off the federal payroll. Because ultimately, if you're on the federal payroll, I mean, we have jobs where they had 10 people for every job. So we cut. Now, if you want to see some good numbers, I'll hire 1 million people. We cut millions of people off the federal payroll. I don't like doing that, but the good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs and they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting factory jobs. They're getting much better jobs and much higher pay. But all I have to do is say, like, what the Democrats do all the time. They hire 1 million people and then they hire another million. They load it up and it says, oh, they only have a 3% unemployment rate. It's a fake rate. So with us, we're proud of the fact that we cut so many because, again, I don't want to cut people. But when you cut them and they go out and get a better job, I like to cut them. And sometimes they have to be forced to do that because, you know, it's like they want to stay where they are. They don't know. And then all of a sudden they end up, we have many cases, Caroline, where people were devastated. They hated Trump. I got caught from my very boring federal job where they had, again, sometimes 10 people to do one job. And they were very upset. And now they ended up with a job where they get paid 3 times more money. They're ending up buying houses. It's like crazy. So they went from not liking me to liking me a lot because it's hard to get. We need people. We need people. It's one of the reasons. I mean, I want to, when you have good people in the farm or good people in hotels and everything else, we want to work with them as much as we can. Under Biden, 1 out of 4 jobs added was a government job. Think of that. So 25% of the jobs added. That's when you know that, that's 25% of jobs aren't real jobs. But again, I could do that. I could add 2 million jobs right now, would have an unemployed. I could say just hire some more people. I do the opposite. I say get rid of everybody that's unnecessary because that's the way you make America great again. When you have, you know, all these jobs where people are sitting around doing nothing and they get a lot of money by the government, it's no good. But that's what the Democrats do. They show, oh, we were at 4% unemployment. That's a good number. But they just add jobs, or they would never cut jobs. Under Trump, 100% of all new jobs created have been in the private sector. Think of that. Not 1% has gone to federal. So under Biden, 1 out of 4 was a government job. Under Trump, 100% of the new jobs created, 100% came from the private sector. That's how you make your country wealthy and strong and good. We inherited the worst border in history and turned it into the strongest border in history. Illegal crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded, down 99.999%. That means down 100%. 99.99. Now, I want to find out who that one person is. For 8 months in a row, 0, and these are government numbers, these are not my numbers. For 8 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were admitted to our country. 0. Nobody came in, unless they came in legally. We have a big process for having people come in legally, by the way. A lot of people are coming in legally. They have to prove they love our country. They have to prove that they're not going to need welfare. A lot of things they have to prove. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration, where because we're getting all of these illegal people out. People that came in illegally, in many cases, they're criminals in many, many cases. Remember when they used to say that the people that come into our country as immigrants are very nice people, they're wonderful people, they don't commit crime. No, they make our criminals look like babies. They make our Hell's Angels look like the sweetest people on earth. The Hell's Angels are now considered a nice, high-quality person. I like the Hell's Angels. They voted for me. They protected me, actually, believe it or not. But they make our criminals look like babies. These are some of the most vicious people anywhere in the world. They came from the Congo. The prisons, I know the Congo because I ended the war with the Congo and Rwanda. Tough group, very tough group. They came from prisons in the Congo. Some of the toughest, meanest people you'll ever meet. Thank you very much. They allowed them to come into America. These are tough people. Before my election, 100% of net job creation was going to foreign migrants. Since my inauguration, 100% of the net jobs created have gone to American-born citizens. That's a big thing. In other words, we're now taking care of our people. 100% of net jobs created have gone to the American-born people. Before that, we didn't care. Designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we've hit them hard. You've seen what we've done on the water. We're starting to do that on land. The land is much easier, actually. Water is incredible. We did that on the water so that when you do it on the land, they don't go to the water. Nobody's going into the boat business right now, I can tell you. 97% down drugs coming in by water. Think of 97%. Nobody ever heard of that before. They heard 2%, 1%. It went up 2%. 97, and we're looking for the 3%. Who the hell are the 3%? They're crazy. But we've taken out almost 100% of the drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to be very shortly starting drugs coming in by land. We know exactly where they're coming from. We moved tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, savage criminals, and others. We removed them from our country. They're out. They're gone. In some cases, they're so dangerous that we put them in jail because we don't want to give them to their country. Their country doesn't do anything, and they end up coming back. We have some that they're so bad that we don't want to really release them. We want to put them in a jail where we know they're properly ensconced. Think of that. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, and savage criminals. Why wouldn't you want them removed? The reason is because these are insurrectionists that are doing this work. And, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake. Sometimes it can happen. We feel terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who had the tragedy, it's a tragedy, it's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents, and her father in particular I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, oh, he loves you. He was I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible. Halted all refugee admissions to the United States, including from Somalia, which is a terrible, terrible place, and other dangerous places. And we also stopped the pirates because they get the same treatment as the drug boats. So in Somalia, the Somalians, what they're good at, that's about the only thing they're good at, is they're good at pirating ships at sea, big ships. So you have a huge oil tanker with millions of gallons, millions of barrels of oil. And if it gets hit by a big weapon, the whole thing blows up. And they don't want to fight, because if they do, they're told by their insurance companies, do not hand over the ship. And they're not allowed to have any guns on the ship. They're literally, you have these massive ships being taken over by a Somalian small boat with a big weapon. Because if they hit the side of the ship can blow up you talk about a blow up. Bad, we've seen some bad things happen. And the insurance companies, some of these ships cost more than $1 billion to build. And the insurance companies say, look, we'd rather give them money than take a chance on $1 billion insurance policy. But they don't have to worry about it, because we hit them the same way we hit the people with the drugs in their boat. They don't know what the hell happened. But all of a sudden, there are no pirates at sea. Do you notice? We haven't had a boat taken in a little while. Came out of Somalia, really corrupt place. It's not a country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. I always hate to see this. Ilhan Omar, she comes from Somalia, a backward country, probably the worst country. They say it's the worst country in the world, if it's a country. I don't even think it's a country. There's no organization, no anything. They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But she'll come here. Comes, and then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution says that I am entitled to this. I can't stand her. Terminated all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens and kicked 275,000 illegals off of Social Security. They were illegally getting Social Security. 275,000 people. I'm telling you, it's not that this is pleasurable, but if I weren't elected president, this country was going to be destroyed quickly, very quickly. I think within a year, if you had Kamala or a Joe type. I mean, Joe was a disaster, but if you had Kamala, he was the replacement. I was up by like 25 points on Joe, and they said, hey, let's get somebody else. This never happened. Well, I had so many firsts. You're leading somebody by a lot, and they say, oh, let's take him out. Let's put somebody. That's like I said to Dana White the other night. I said, you know, Dana, it's like you have a fighter, two fighters. One guy is winning by a lot. And they say, oh, let's take this guy out. Let's put a new fighter in the ring with him. That's what happened to me. I was doing great with Biden. The whole campaign was against Biden. All the money was spent against Biden, and all of a sudden I got Kamala. Everyone said, who the hell is she? But that didn't work out too well for them, but never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. Designated English as the official language of the United States of America. We did that very powerfully. And while we're at it, we also took the Gulf of Mexico, and now it's the Gulf of America. Because we have 92% of the shoreline. It always bothered me. I'd say, you know, we have most of the shoreline. Mexico has a small percentage, talks about 8%. We have 92%. And I said, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? It should be the Gulf of America. I was going to call it the Gulf of Trump, but I thought that I would be killed if I did that. I wanted to do it. I wanted to. My people worked so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good. I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever, I said. No, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, you know, when I say that. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump. Because tomorrow it'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late. No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great. Our country is proud for the attack on Venezuela, the attack on the Iran nuclear capability, wiped it out. I mean, first administration, Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb, al-Baghdadi, the father of ISIS, who was rebuilding ISIS. We wiped them out. We've done a great job. Signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. You know, that case is in court right now. That case was meant for the children of slaves. All you have to do is look at the years. Look at the years where the cases were filed and where the decisions were made. They were right at the end of the Civil War. They're trying to say that, you know, China's making a big business out of that. They come to the country, they have a child, they're American citizen, they get all the benefits. It had nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000 people. That's like filling up one of those big football stadiums 5 times. It's not even believable. I mean, you could be in a war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Conducted numerous successful military strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strikes. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by, I mean, close to 100%. It's hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. Very hard. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. And we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastically with the leadership in Venezuela, so we wouldn't have to do that. This was done before the attack. But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country including Tren de Aragua, the worst gang. They say it's the worst gang in the world. They took over parts of Colorado. They just take the apartment building. They just took it away. Just took it away like we're here. They cut the hand off one man because he called the police. Who called the police? I did. You took my apartment from me. Boom, no hand. This is what they sent us. Restoring law and order, new category. D.C. and Memphis, federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in D.C. is almost down to nothing. D.C. was a very, very dangerous place, and I think you probably know better than I do. I have a lot of people in the media thanked me for that, but some of them found it hard to thank me. But, you know, D.C. is now, look how beautiful. D.C. is now, you can walk right from here to a restaurant, right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one, with your lover. Your lover's not going to be killed anymore, so you can act like a real lover. But you can walk right through the middle of the town, and D.C. is beautiful again, too, you know. You notice we took all the fences down, almost all, the rest are coming down. We got the graffiti all off. National Guard's been amazing. You know, we didn't tell them to do that. That's not their job description. But they were picking up garbage and everything. They were great. And I don't know, to me, a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys, are bad guys. Look at them and they say, we're not going to mess around. But what they don't know is that we took over 2,000 people out, permanently out of D.C. These were career criminals. But I feel much better seeing those people there. I went in a couple of times and had dinner in D.C. I walked right down the middle of the street. I felt very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that. And Secret Service wouldn't let me do it. They weren't thrilled anyway, I will tell you. It wasn't like they were thrilled, but we did it, and it was great. But D.C. is a great thing, and we have virtually no crime in D.C. anymore. And before we did this move, it was we could do the same thing with Chicago. You know, we brought Chicago down 25%, even though we just had a minimal crew there. We brought Wisconsin down. We brought Minnesota down, way down, even though everything's a fight, you know, because they want to keep those people that are lying on the floor. They want to keep those people in Minnesota, but they really don't. I don't think the real people of Minnesota, it's a very corrupt place, and the elections are totally corrupt. I feel I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won that state since Richard Nixon. It's a rigged state. And the Somalians vote as one group, even if they're not citizens, and they vote as one group. And, you know, you get 600,000 votes against you. They all ought to get the hell out of here. They're bad for our country. Nationwide achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record. So this just came out. Nationwide, over the last 11 months, achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record, including the largest one-year drop in murders ever recorded. Almost 2,000 lives were saved. That's despite the fact that we took in criminals under the leadership of the Democrats and Joe Biden. More motor vehicle theft is down by 100,000 vehicles nationwide. That's another. Nationwide, the motor vehicle theft was out of control, and now it's very much in control. It was down by more than 100,000 vehicles to a record low. Began the process of eliminating cashless bail policies across the nation. You got to get rid of your sanctuary cities, and I hope our people know that we're not going to pay sanctuary cities. We're not going to pay them anymore. They are sanctuary for criminals. They hold criminals. We're not going to pay. They can sue us, and maybe they'll win. But we're not giving money to sanctuary cities anymore as of the beginning of the month. We began the process of eliminating the cashless bail. Well, cashless bail is where it all started. It's a disaster. And then other places. I don't know if it started in New York. I remember it starting in New York. So if somebody comes in, murders somebody, and they let them out, no bail, no nothing. Basically, cashless bail means you just get the hell out. And they go outside. We have one case where a guy murders somebody, gets released and goes out and murders somebody, 2 people in one day. No, we got to get rid of cashless bail. They got to have bail. There's a reason for bail, long tested. Signed an executive order to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums. We're going to have to bring them back. Hate to build those suckers, but you got to get the people off the streets. You know, we used to have, when I was growing up, we had in my area in Queens, I grew up in Queens, we had a place called Creedmoor. Creedmoor, did anybody know that? Creedmoor. It was a big, I said, Mom, why are those bars on the building? I used to play Little League Baseball there, a place called Cunningham Park. I was quite the baseball player, you wouldn't believe. But I said to my mother, Mom, she would be there, always there for me. She said, son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big, powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building. I said, boy, I used to always look at that building and I'd see this big building, big, tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think, it was a pretty unfriendly sight. But I'll never forget, I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them, you know, the Democrats in New York, they took them down, and the people live on the streets now. That's why you have a lot of the people in California and other places, they live in the streets. They took the mental institutions down. They're expensive. But I'd say, why does that building have those bars? Boy, it wasn't normal. You know, you're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others. It is. America is respected again on the world stage. That's another topic. Obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capability, and Operation Midnight Hammer was one of the most successful anyone's ever seen. CNN fake news. I don't know where they are. CNN. Anybody from CNN here? Fake news. Nobody wants to raise their hand anymore. They used to argue here. Now, if you're with CNN, you don't raise your hand. But they said, well, maybe it wasn't that successful, which I really was angry because these pilots took their life in their hands. 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, dead dark, guns shooting at them. They went in with those beautiful B-2s, and every single bomb went down an air shaft and obliterated it. And CNN came out and said, well, maybe it wasn't, by a scam writer who wrote, you know, fake stories, a lot of fake stories on other topics, right? Because when we did it, we said, that's a terrible thing. You know, the pilots came back and they said, we hit everything. They did a great job. Then on top of that, we launched from a submarine about 30 Tomahawks on top of everything else. The place was obliterated. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Turned out it was worse than it was. You know who could tell you that? The Iranians would tell you that. Because if they do anything, they're going to have to start a brand new place. But they did an amazing job. That was like what we did with Venezuela. I mean, nobody's ever seen a military operation like that. Ended 8 unendable wars in 10 months. These were unendable wars. Cambodia and Thailand fighting for years. Kosovo and Serbia. The Congo and Rwanda. Pakistan and India, they were really going at it. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. The Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, and he said President Trump saved 10 million people and maybe much more than that. They're both nuclear countries. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia were going to fight over a dam, and I got them to stop. I still got to work it out because they put a dam up in Ethiopia that stops the flow from a little river called the Nile. I always think of the Nile being in Egypt, you know, the beautiful Nile with the pyramids, but they put a dam up. You know who paid for the dam? The United States of America. It's the biggest dam, I think, in the world. They put a dam up. I said, how did you let that happen? Why would we have done that? We financed it, this country would. I don't know. Maybe it was a Republican president, but I don't think it was. I think it was a Democrat. But what a terrible thing. So Egypt basically is, they don't have enough water in the Nile. And they use that for a lot of things, including entertainment and travel and tourism and everything. I mean, I don't know. They got a big dam. I got to work that one out now, too. Armenia and Azerbaijan, President Putin told me, I cannot believe you settled that war. I've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. Armenia and Azerbaijan, they were fighting it for many, many years. And I ended up getting the heads of both countries in my office. The beautiful Oval Office, much more beautiful now than it ever was. And one sat at one side, the other. He said, I've been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years, and for 22 years I've been killing his people. And the other gentleman, and both very good guys, said, I've been here for 7 years, and for 7 years I've been killing his people. And they started over there, and within an hour they were next to each other, and by the time we ended, they were hugging each other, and it's been a great peace, Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each war, but I don't say that. I saved millions and millions of people. And don't let anyone tell you that Norway doesn't control the shots, okay? It's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. They'll say, we have nothing to do with it. It's a joke. They've lost such prestige. That's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, I don't deserve the Nobel Prize. He does. When she got it, they said, wow, that's amazing. I thought President Trump would get it. President Trump deserves it. He ended up 8 wars. How nice, right? It's a good woman. Got all 20 living hostages returned to their families, and the remains, they all came out. We got the 20 living hostages. We got the 28 hostages. They have one left that we think we know where it is. Amazing. Looked like we weren't going to get anywhere near that. Now they've gotten almost. And more importantly, we got many more, hundreds. We got them all. If we didn't do it, you wouldn't have had, most of those people would have been dead. I don't know if that's covered properly, but the 20 is great. They were the last ones. I always said the last 20 are going to be hard, but we got them. We got the last 20, and we got close to 28 of the bodies of the dead. And to those parents, that was just as important as getting their son back alive. They were almost even more intent on they knew their son was dead. They wanted to get the body. I got him back. We just created the Board of Peace, which I think is going to be amazing. I wish the United Nations could do more. I wish we didn't need a Board of Peace, but the United Nations, and with all the wars I settled, the United Nations never helped me on one war. I mean, I guess I'm not blaming them. I didn't call them to help, but I got, the presidents and prime ministers together. We knocked heads. We got along, and they liked me. I liked them. Every single one of them nominated me for a Nobel Prize. Every one of the wars, among many other people, nominated me for a Nobel Prize. But Putin told me, I cannot believe you got this war settled. I've worked on it for 10 years because it's his territory. Rescued 83 American hostages and citizens detained from abroad without paying a lot of money. Paid no money. Apprehended terrorists responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing that claimed the lives of 13 U.S. service members in Afghanistan, the lowest point in the history of our country. That was a Biden disaster. I was getting out, but I was getting out with dignity and strength. We were the boss. Oh, we were the boss. They wouldn't do a thing against us. And this very stupid person got in, and what a shame. They should have left from Bagram, which is the big military base, which has hundreds of acres around it. Should have left from Bagram. Terminated visas of Hamas sympathizers and deported pro-jihad foreign nationals. Got NATO members to agree to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP from 2%, and they pay the 5%, and they didn't pay the 2%. And by the way, I did more for NATO than any other person alive or dead. Nobody's done for NATO. And I think for the most part, they'll tell you that. I think you could ask the Secretary General about that, but he said it. a lot. I've done more for NATO than anybody, and I see all this stuff, but NATO has to treat us fairly, too. The big fear I have with NATO is we spend tremendous amounts of money with NATO, and I know we'll come to their rescue, but I just really do question whether or not they'll come to ours. You know, I'm just asking. Just saying, right? You remember during the debate? Just saying. Signed $1 trillion investment in U.S. military. And next year, we hopefully will go to $1.5 trillion. We're building battleships that are 100 times more powerful than the battleships of World War II, which are the big, beautiful things with the guns. I said, what about bringing them out of dry dock? They said, sir, what we're building will blow them away. Think of it. These ships are 100 times more powerful than the battleships that you see on Victory at Sea. Do you ever see Victory at Sea? What a great thing that is to watch. Renamed the Department of Defense into the Department of War, which everyone loves, by the way. Signed landmark critical minerals deals with Australia, Malaysia, Thailand, Ukraine, Japan, and many others. We're going to have so much rare earth. It's actually not that rare. Getting it processed is rare, but there's a lot of rare earth. There's a lot of earth around, I can tell you. Withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization where we were paying hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So we were paying $500 million a year, and China was paying $37 million a year. I said, why aren't we paying the same as China? They said, well, nobody asked. I said, China's got 1.4 billion people. We have 350 million, probably with all the illegals, you know. China probably knows more accurately. But we have much smaller in terms of the number of people. We have a much more powerful military, but we have much smaller. I rebuilt the military during my first term, by the way. And while they gave away a lot to Afghanistan, the Taliban, which was just horrible seeing them. Every year seeing them do that military down some dirty street is a disgrace. But while Biden gave a lot of it away, it's a tiny fraction compared to what we did. I rebuilt the military, and now we're continuing to build it. And bigger and better. We need it. Peace through strength. But we withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. So I remember we were paying $500 million. They were paying 37 or 39 million. And I said, how come? So I withdrew, and they called, we'll give you the same deal that they had. I said, well, it should be less than that, because if they're at 37 and you have 3 times, 4 times the number of people, even maybe 5 times, I don't know. So it should be less, but I didn't want to chisel around. And I thought about it. So I could have taken 500 million to 37, and everybody knew it. I chose not to do it because it was actually very popular when I got out, because they were terrible. And so I chose not to take that deal. First thing Biden did is go back into it. You know what he paid? More than 500 million. So I actually called them. I said, you know, you can buy it for less. You can make a deal at 37. There's no reason to pay 500. They didn't care. They paid more than 500. Did you know that? They paid more than 500 million. I made a deal at 37. I could have had 37. They were public about it. We'll give you the same deal that China has for 37. And they paid $500 million. That's the way you ruin a country. And it's the same attitude that, you know, you have on everything else with these people. They were terrible. The anti-American UN Human Rights Council we ended. The UN Relief and Works Agency we ended, and the fake Paris Climate Accord, which was a ripoff of America, where we had to pay $1 trillion and they were paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. We kicked in immediately. We were supposed to pay $1 trillion. Russia went to a standard of 1991, which was a dirtier standard, but we had to pay top dollar. So I terminated that. Another Rick. We ended the woke lunacy and restored common sense, abolished all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI policies throughout the federal government and the private sector. They're gone, everybody. They're gone. Terrible. Terminated the Green New Scam and ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. I love electric vehicles. That caused me a little problem with a man named Elon. But he understands, and he's a good guy. We get along, but I said, Elon, We can't have all electric cars. We just can't do it. I like the electric cars. I like his car. But in particular, I like his car. But we can't do that because some people don't want an electric car by 2030. And to build the power stations all over the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion. That's more than any country has. If you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it. And it would have taken years. And yet they were supposed to be switching over electric vehicle mandate. Some people don't like electric cars. Some people want hybrids. Some people want regular gasoline-powered cars. We have more gasoline than anybody. And now with Venezuela, we have 62% of the market when you include Venezuela. So I ended the Green New Scam and I ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. Now you can buy a gasoline-powered car, a hybrid, and you can buy a electric vehicle. I mean, if you want electric, you can buy it. Make a good deal on them right now because they made a lot of them. Permanently stop Joe Biden's ridiculous CAFE standards. That's having to do with the environment. So ridiculous. Cancel the EPA's absurd, totally absurd, tailpipe emission standard, which made you spend hundreds of thousands. It made for hundreds of thousands of cars. The cost numbers were incredible that the consumer has to pay. Impose 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and 100% tariff on Chinese cars which don't come into the country because of tariffs. Only because of tariffs. We didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have any car. We have now more car factories being built in the United States than ever before because of tariffs. If they take those tariffs away, China will eat our lunch. They'll take all of our car business. Now, there's another way of doing it, but it's more cumbersome, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to scare you, but it's much more cumbersome, not as good for national security as this. We have a perfect system right now. We're making a fortune. We've never been stronger, and I hope the Supreme Court does the right thing for our country, because if they don't, it's such a problem. It's just it would be so sad. We're doing so well because of tariffs. And the people that are heading up the lawsuit, like there's a guy named Leonard Leo, who's bad guy, and people that are very China-oriented and foreign car-oriented and foreign business-oriented, but in particular China, they're suing to get rid of tariffs because they don't want tariffs, like Coke. Coke has businesses outside of the United States. If you have them outside, you don't want tariffs. But because of tariffs, they treat us well. Without tariffs, they would treat us very badly. As you saw for many years, they respect us more now than they ever have respected us by a lot. And revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating the automobile industry and destroying automobiles and the industry in the nation. I was with Bill Ford of Ford Motors. I was with all the people at General Motors the other day, and they are making more money and building more cars than they are doing so good. All because of tariffs and what I've done. And they're building their plants all in the United States. We opened Anwar for drilling. That's a big deal. Launched a massive Alaskan pipeline project to export natural gas to Asia. We made a deal with South Korea and with Japan that gives us money, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. Signed executive orders to end Biden's war on coal and I say clean, beautiful coal. I never say the word coal. It has to be preceded by the words clean, beautiful coal. And put miners back to work. The miners love Trump. I think I got 100% of their vote. We banned transgenders from the military. We don't want transgender in the military. Ordered reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military with full back pay. So we had some people that were terminated and they're coming back into our military. Fired the woke boards of visitors at our military service academies. The boards of visitors were run by radical left, maybe communists, maybe not, but they were still heavily radical left and they were bad for us. Signed an executive order to remove anti-American propaganda from federal museums and national parks. required the federal employees to return to work in person or be fired. We don't want them sitting in their home or in their bed working. We want them in an office that we're paying for in Washington, D.C. or wherever it may be. Then we've largely taken care of that mess. That was crazy. I guarantee you they're out on the ball fields. I guarantee you they're out playing golf. And you can't run a country or a company that way. I think it's happening even so with countries and companies. But we had so many of our federal workers that wouldn't come into work. Signed an order banning all government censorship and restoring free speech. Made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders. This was not a tough one. 2 genders. Can anybody guess what they are? Male and female. I think the Democrats know that too, but they refuse to admit it. Ban the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of children. Can you imagine saying this 15 years ago? That we banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. You know, when I say it, I say, do I have to say that? I actually asked my people today, yes, sir, because people, it's where the country went. Banned men from playing in women's sports. Big Supreme Court case on that. I mean, I can't believe it. Some of the justices were fighting hard for men to be able to play in women's sports. A couple of them. I can't imagine it, but I think anybody that rules that way should lose a lot of credibility. But we banned men from playing in women's sports. All you have to do is look at the records. Look at weightlifting records. Look at swimming records. Look at track and field. It's not fair. It's very demeaning to women. Banned transgender ideology and critical race theory from our schools. Secured unprecedented settlements with Brown University, Columbia University, and many other colleges, including the University of Pennsylvania, where I went, the great old Wharton School of Finance, to restore fairness and merit. We're working with Harvard right now. They've been very anti-Semitic. Terrible what they've done. And we'll see what happens. I hear we have a deal, but who the hell knows with them? They have a lawyer that wants to show how hot he is. Ended taxpayer-funded student loan forgiveness for radical left and anti-American activists. Can you believe it? Began the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education and returning education back to the states. And Linda McMahon is doing a fantastic job. Ended Joe Biden's weaponization of our government and removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice, like deranged Jack Smith. He's a sick son of a bitch. They gave me the worst of the worst. And here I am. How did that happen? How did that happen? He's a sick guy, and Letitia James is sick, and Alvin Bragg is sick. They're sick people. And others. Fani. You can't call Fanny. She doesn't like it. She wants to be called Fani. Fani Willis. I won. Can you imagine putting somebody through that? And then if I suggest that somebody may be guilty of a terrible crime, oh, he's weaponizing government. Trump is weaponizing government. It's terrible. Can you imagine? They say to me about weaponize, I don't weaponize anything. But what they did to me, nobody ever went through what I went through. And here I am in a place called the White House. It's a beautiful place. Who would have thought, right? Signed legislation to cut all taxpayer funding to woke and biased NPR and PBS. And they're sort of gone now, I guess. I heard they closed up. They were terrible. They were so unfair. They were so terrible. Officially reinstated Columbus Day. I like the name Columbus Day. The Italian people are very happy about it. Remember, when you go to the voting booths, I reinstated Columbus Day. That was an easy one. Christopher Columbus. Cut Social Security wait times by 50%, serve 65% more Social Security recipients by phone and are on track to doubling the service and performance compared to the Biden administration. We're 2.5 to 3 times better and faster. Slash VA claims backlog to the lowest number ever recorded. Created Trump accounts starting with $1,000 for every newborn baby. This is something that's become so popular. And I give Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell Computer, who put in $6.25 billion, started with nothing, and he actually invested all that money to give to kids so that when they grow up, they have an account that might be worth a lot of money. It'll be riding with the markets, and they can, at 20 years old, 21 years old, they could have $100,000. They could have a lot of money. That's going to be amazing. But I give a lot of credit to Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell. Signed AI executive order to ensure the United States dominates the future of artificial intelligence. So we're leading China. We're leading the whole world. We're producing more electricity than we ever have because I'm allowing every one of those plants to build their own electric facility. We're giving them very, very fast approvals, unlike Los Angeles with a fire. So the federal government, I want to give a lot of credit to Lee Zeldin. The hardest approval for the 20,000 houses or more that burned down in Los Angeles because they didn't have the water. They didn't allow the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed the water into the Pacific Ocean. So we had no water there. No, he had. I would say open up the water. Open it up to the governor, to the mayor. They didn't want to do it. They wanted to protect a tiny little fish that's, I said, how can you have a fish when you don't have any water? It was just an excuse, I guess. But it's amazing. We took 20,000 houses, and Lee Zeldin, the toughest permit is from the federal government. Within 2 weeks, every single permit was given to the people to build their houses. Then you have the incompetent mayor of Los Angeles. He's neutral, who decided to go to Africa during the fire. So you have this incompetent mayor, and I had it out with her the night when I got right after the fire. I went there. She said, we're working on it so that we can have everybody starting to build within 2 or 3 years. Remember that? I said, you mean 2 or 3 days? No, I mean 2 or 3 years. And the place went crazy. Well, they still haven't gotten their permits. But every federal permit, every single one has been given a year ago. And Lee Zeldin has done a great job. And he's done a great job in the approval of all these big plants and factories and all of the electricity that they're creating for themselves. I said to Zuckerberg, I said to all of them, I said to Jeff Bezos, I said to everybody. Mark Zuckerberg couldn't believe it. He said, where are we going to get all the electricity? Because you need double the electricity that the country currently makes just to fire up those big plants. I said, well, nobody can do that. So what we're going to do is let you make your own electricity. Nobody believed it. And I said, we're going to get you fast permits. So we get them within 2 weeks. And they're coming up with some of the most incredible electric plants you've ever seen. So each one of those massive buildings, AI or otherwise, is building their own electricity. They're building their own plant. And it's incredible. Many of them are under construction already. They're going to have, we're leading AI and we're leading China by a lot. Established a MAHA presidential commission, banned many artificial food dyes, as you know, issued new vaccine recommendations, and created new real food pyramid. And Bobby and Dr. Oz have been incredible. Provided $12 billion in aid for American farmers. Just gave them $12 billion in aid because they got screwed by other nations. And the number of drug dealers have fallen every single month since I took office. Drug dealers are way down in the United States, and that's a small version of what's sitting right there. That's just a small version. We took a country that was dead, and it's the hottest country in the world right now, and that's after 1 year. So let's go. That's a lot of people.
Wait, he's just starting the press conference?
2 questions for you. One,
Do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great.
And I wonder you invited Lula from Brazil to be part of the Board of Peace.
I did.
What role do you expect him to play, especially
a big role. I like
Venezuela?
Yeah,
and another one, because
Are you from Brazil?
Yes. The EU and Mercosur just signed a trade agreement this weekend, which is going to be the biggest trade zone, free zone in the world.
Right.
At the moment, you are talking a lot about tariffs. What is your reaction to that? So, two questions, Lula.
Well, I just think this. I think we have trade like we've never had before. We're doing better in trade than we ever have before. We're not being ripped off by every country in the world like we were before. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever thought possible. We're the richest we ever were. It's because of tariffs and the proper use of tariffs, and we're also the most secure. As an example, Iceland, without tariffs, they wouldn't even be talking to us about it. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to work out quite well. Right behind.
Thank you, Mr. President. How would you characterize your relationship with Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer right now? And have you spoken to them since your Truth Social post last
No, I haven't, but I think I get along very well with them. I mean, they always treat me well. They get a little bit rough when they're, when I'm not around. But when I'm around, they treat me very nicely. And, I like both of them. They're both liberal. They've got to straighten out their countries. You can't, London is having a lot of problems. And if you look at Paris, got a lot of problems. They have two problems, immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills, and they got to go back like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it, makes a fortune. They have a better section of it, and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries, and it would be good. But I get along very well with them.
You told Norway's prime minister.
Are you from Norway?
No.
You look like you would be from Norway. But she looks like she's from Norway. Go ahead.
You told Norway's prime minister that you not winning the Nobel Peace Prize made you feel less obligated to think purely of peace.
Well, I lost a lot of respect for Norway. And I believe very
affect
strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize. But you have to understand, I settled 8 wars. I've had every one of those wars, every participant wrote, I didn't ask him to do it. They sent in strong they make recommendations for that. But I settled 8 wars. No president's probably ever settled 1 war. I don't know, think of it. I did 8. The reason I do it is because it's easy for me to do. And I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because I'm saving a lot of lives. I'm trying to settle the final one. I'm trying to do Russia-Ukraine. And when Russia's ready, Ukraine's not. When Ukraine's ready, Russia's not. But they're losing 25,000 people a month on average. And I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kevin Hassett has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not to disperse that. Do you agree with Kevin Hassett on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
No, I don't think we would have to go the Congress route, but we'll find out. The reason we're even talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from tariffs that we'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country. But we'd do a $2,000 dividend to the people of our country. Would probably set a limit of, income limit where it made sense. But we will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country. I believe we can do that without Congress.
Last night on Truth Social, you said that the British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity. Previously, you've backed that deal. Is it now your position that the deal should not go ahead?
I think that they, when they originally were going to do it, they were talking about doing some concept of ownership. But now they're looking to essentially just do a lease and sell it. And I'm against that. You know, it's a reasonably nothing like Greenland, but it's a reasonably important area of the globe. Not to anywhere near Greenland, but I think they should keep it. I don't know why they're doing it. Do they need money?
Mr. President, with your support to the Syrian government, most probably you avoided another civil war and a bloodshed in Syria, especially after the fall of the regime.
I did a good job. I did a good job.
And, the Syrian government, the last 2 weeks, had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
well,
with
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world, at bay. So they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The president of Syria is working very, very hard. Strong guy, tough guy, pretty rough resume. But you're not going to put a choir boy in there and, you know, get the job done. I spoke with him yesterday because we were talking about the prisons and, you know, what was going on. We have some of the worst terrorists in the world in those prisons, and he's watching them.
Syria, sir. Mr. President, Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos if he's not already there. You're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028, but what do you anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, you know, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had a really, he would talk about it often. And somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. We actually have people leaving. It's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship, really close to the word exceptional, but now we seem not to.
You spoke earlier. Mr. President, you've been hearing from allies.
Thank you. Thank you so much, President Trump. Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. Sure. And you spoke earlier about the 2020 election. Now that Maduro is in U.S. custody and he was criminally charged, has any more information emerged that you could share with us regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan ties to tampering with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very unhappy if I did. Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
What happens to the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
well, I'll have to use something else. I mean, look,
are you willing to use force?
You know, take a look at the word license. Take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
Sir, if you move ahead with the Greenland-related tariffs on Europe, you secured almost $1 trillion of commitments from them to invest in the United States. Does that go kaput out the window if that happens?
I doubt it. Look, they need that agreement very badly with us. They really do. They fought very hard to get it. So I doubt that. But we'll see what happens. We have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. I'm leaving tonight, as you know, for Davos. And we have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. And I think things are going to work out pretty well, actually.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will you still go to Paris for the G7 emergency meeting as offered by President Macron?
No, I wouldn't do that. No. Because, you know, Emmanuel's not going to be there very long. And, you know, there's no longevity there. He's a friend of mine. He's a nice guy. I like Macron. But he's not going to be there very much longer, as you know. And I think, you know, I have meetings with the people that are directly involved, not some of the people you're talking about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy New Year.
I've never seen this room like this. Is this a celebration of the first year?
Yes.
Have you ever seen it? I've never seen this many. I hope we have a very good. I hope we have a very good structural floor. You know, this used to be a swimming pool. You're sitting over a swimming pool. I could see that happen. But we need a good structure here, don't we? Huh? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy 1 year anniversary.
Thank you.
And my question is on Syria. The Kurds, as the most loyal U.S. partners, facing attacks by some Syrian elements. within the Syrian government. Will you do to ensure the Kurdish rights protected and their effective forces against terrorism in Rojava, Syria continue, as the Kurdish see you as a president does not abandon his allies?
Well, I like the Kurds, but just so you understand, the Kurds were paid tremendous amounts of money, were given oil and other things, so they were doing it for themselves, more so than they were doing it for us, but we got along with the Kurds, and we are trying to protect the Kurds, that's correct.
Ahead of your speech in Davos, can you give us a preview of what we can expect as far as, laying out the plans for Americans to be able to buy homes?
I think more than anything else, what I'm going to be speaking about is the tremendous success that we've had in 1 year. I didn't think we could do it this fast. Think of it, it's just now 12 months. And, I say it often, we have the most successful country in the world. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And this country would have been absolutely stone cold dead. And I'm going to be talking about it. I'm going to be, because, a lot of them could use some of the advice as to what we did. They need energy. You take a look at their energy policy, they're going to destroy themselves with what they're doing with the windmills and all the nonsense. They need energy help badly, or they're going to be in big trouble, and they need immigration help badly. How much longer do you want to go?
Let's call it.
I do? I have a very important call with President Erdogan, who I like a lot. All right, one or two more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. During your second,
Go ahead.
one question about the
Red.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
The red blouse. Go ahead.
You talked a lot at the beginning of this about the economy, some positive economic indicators. Polling shows a majority of Americans don't feel the economy is doing well. Are you worried you're making the same mistake as President Biden?
No, I hope I don't make the same mistake as him. Look, I inherited a terrible, it's a great question, because we inherited a terrible, terrible mess. Between the border, between all the problems, the whole country was falling apart. And in 12 months, less than 12 months, in 12 months, we have the strongest border we've ever had. We have prices that are much, much lower than they were for the last time. We inherited very high prices. We inherited, remember this, inflation was at a historic high. We had never had inflation like that. They say 48 years, but whether it's 48 years or ever, we had the highest inflation, in my opinion, that we've ever had. Prices, because of that, were very high. I inherited, we brought down eggs immediately. Remember the first news conference, they were screaming at me about eggs. I was in the position for 2 days, and we brought eggs down to lower than what they were before. And by the way, they continue that way. We brought the prices down from when I came into office and from what Biden had, way down. We're going to bring them down further. But the job we did is a miracle. One of the reasons I'm doing this today is to explain. We inherited a mess, and we've made it a beautiful, beautiful picture. Think of gasoline at $1.99 in many states. $1.99 a gallon. It was $4.50, $5. In some cases, $6 or $7. We're at $1.99. And energy is so big that with energy, everything else comes down. But the prices are coming way down, and we're going to bring them down further. But we started up here with these guys. We inherited a country that was broken. We inherited a country, and I have a very warm spot. We've done very well with Venezuela. And by the way, that even in itself is going to help us bring down the oil prices. The Venezuelan oil, we've taken 50 million gallons of oil. We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil left. We're selling it on the open market. We're bringing down oil prices incredibly. And when they come down, and they've already come down, again, $1.99 a gallon for oil. Nobody thought they'd ever see it. All right, one or two more. Go. Yes.
President, I want to ask you about Iran. Is the military option still on the table? And can you assure us that the killing in Iran has stopped? And when regard to the peace council, which members have to pay $1
So with
billion?
Iran, are you from Iran?
No, I cover the White House.
Where are you from?
I'm Palestinian American.
So with Iran, they were going to hang 837 people, and I let them be known that, and we let them know that if that happens, that will be a very bad day for them. And they decided not to do it. They didn't hang the people. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but supposedly they've taken that off the table. But they were going to, last week, they were going to hang on Thursday or Wednesday. They were going to hang, I think, 837 people, and they didn't hang anybody. So we're just going to have to see what happens with Iran. Is the military option off the table? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. President Trump. Thank you, President Trump.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead, I'll take your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised during your second inaugural to always put America first. I'm curious, how would you winning the Nobel Peace Prize improve the lives of average, everyday Americans? Why is this prize so important?
It wouldn't improve the lives of any. What improved the lives of people are people that are living. I saved probably tens of millions of lives in the wars. You know, if you add up the numbers, just if you look at any one of those wars, you're talking about millions of people. You multiply it times 8. But when you look at India and Pakistan, that could have been 10, 15, 20 million people. Could have been more than that. So I saved millions of people. So that, to me, is the big thing. What?
You suggested a moment ago that perhaps the reason why a positive story about the economy isn't getting through is because of, bad communications people. But are average Americans wrong to still feel high prices? And how much longer does the White House hope that they...
So I think a lot of people are listening to the fake news a little bit. And I'm not blaming anybody. I think I blame ourselves. I think we've done a much better job than we're able to promote. We're not promoting. We're doing a great job, and we're sort of letting the promotion take care of itself. One of the reasons I'm doing this news conference, I think it's important. We have taken a mess and made it really good. It's going to get even better. But if you look at prices from a year or a year and a half ago, you look at the Biden prices, they were way up through the sky. And, they use the word affordability. They just say affordability, and they don't talk about it. They created the affordability problem, and we are solving it. We have solved a lot of it. Again, everybody agrees in this room, I think, gasoline prices have come per gallon way down. When that happens, everything else comes down, but they've come down way down. Many of the groceries have come way down. It's all happening, and it's happening strong. But if you go back a year and a half, 2 years, take a look at those prices and look at the prices now.
President of Venezuela, you made a condition.
Where are you from?
I'm from Spain.
Nice place.
Thank you. You made a condition that the political prisoners should be freed. It seems that they are not being as fast as they promised in the beginning. Would that be an issue for the current government?
They've agreed that they're going to let, I guess, most of them out. Or depends on what they did. But they have released a lot of. Released a lot of political prisoners in Venezuela.
President, earlier on last year, you had indicated that you wanted to take back the Panama Canal. I know we've heard a lot about Greenland. Is that still on the table?
I don't want to tell you that. Sort of. I must say, sort of. That's sort of. Okay, one more. Yes, blonde, blue. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead with the blue, holding the computer.
If a consequence of your determination to take control of Greenland is the ultimate breakup of the NATO alliance, is that a price you're willing to pay?
You mean the breakup of it's very interesting.
The NATO alliance.
So I think something's going to happen that's going to be very good for everybody. Nobody's done more for NATO than I have, as I said before, in every way. Getting them to go up to 5% of GDP was something that nobody thought was possible, and pay. At 2%, they weren't paying. At 5%, they are paying. And they're buying a lot of things from us, and they're giving them, I guess, to Ukraine. That's up to them, but they're giving them to whoever they're giving them to, but they're buying a lot. I think that we will work something out where NATO is going to be very happy and where we're going to be very happy. But we need it for security purposes. We need it for national security and even world security. It's very important. How about it?
Thank you very much. First of all, last year you told me that you believe that the reason you won the election is because God put you in this place so that you could save the world. Looking back 1 year, do you feel like God is proud of the effort that you've put in?
I do, actually. I think God is very proud of the job I've done. And that includes for religion. You know, we're protecting a lot of people that are being killed, Christians and Jewish people, and lots of people are being protected by me that wouldn't be protected by another type of president. No, I think a lot of people are very proud of the job we've done. We've had an amazing year. This has been one of the greatest years. Even some people that wouldn't necessarily love me instinctively, they're saying this was an incredible year. We've had an incredible year economically. Look at our border. Our border was a disaster. People poured. It was an invasion into our country of a lot of very bad people. Good people too, but a lot of very bad people from prisons and drug dealers and gangs and horrible people, murderers, thousands and thousands of murderers allowed into our country. And we now have the strongest border of any country. There's probably not a country, I guess North Korea has a pretty strong border, by the way, but there's not a country in the world that has a border like we do. And we took it from the worst border. We had the worst border in the world. Now we have one of the strongest borders in the world. One more question.
Mr. President, you said you're hoping something's going to get worked out in Greenland, but Greenlanders have made it clear they don't want to be part of the U.S.
Well,
what gives the U.S. the right to take away that self-determination?
When I speak to them, I'm sure they'll be thrilled.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, are you committed to keeping the U.S. in NATO?
I've had such a good relationship. I've made it so much better, so much stronger. It's so good now. NATO is so much stronger now. I don't agree with a lot of the things they've done, but that was done before I got there. I think NATO's been good. Sometimes it's overrated, sometimes it's not. But we have a strong NATO. When I came here, we had a weak NATO. We had a NATO at 2%, and they weren't paying. You had a nothing NATO. NATO's, whether you like it or not, it's only as good as we are. If NATO doesn't have us, NATO is not very strong. Yes, no, behind you, please.
Thank you, President Trump.
Yes, go ahead.
Greatly appreciate it, sir. We heard a long list of accomplishments from the last year. Could you cherry pick the top three? And then looking forward, what are your three most important priorities in 2026?
So I think the building of a really powerful military has been a great achievement, and that would include the Venezuela thing. That would include the attack on Iran and the wiping out of the nuclear threat. I think that's been really amazing what we've done militarily. I think what we've done in business has been incredible. We have $18 trillion coming in. Plants are being built all over. Thousands of plants are being built all over the country. 18 trillion is a record. No country has ever come anywhere even close to that. I think that's a record. And I think that most favored nations for drugs is something that nobody thought they'd be able to get. Tariffs helped me there because the nations would have never gone along with it if I wasn't able to say, if you don't go along with it, we're going to put a 10 or 15 or 20% tariff on your nation. And they went along. And our drug prices are going to come down at numbers never even seen before, never even thought possible before. So those would be three things. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right, there you have it on.
Let me just tell you something. Sometimes, you know, I know he's 78 years old, and I think to myself, you know, he's doing it. I got to get some extra exercise. So I stood up. I'm like, let me stand like he's standing. And I challenge you, the next time he does a press conference, for you to do the same. Stand up, especially if you're 78 years older or old or younger. Stand up. And see if you can stand for as long as that man stands with a smile on his face. One more. Two more. Three more. I'm like, oh my God. I had to sit down. I'm like, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. The press has never seen anything like this. I looked on X, libnuts are losing their minds. They're calling him demented and all kinds of things because they can't take him dropping the information. Remember, like yesterday when he started the press conference and he was showing the pictures, they were freaking out about it. Oh, this is sick. I'm like, oh, you seen this guy? You seen this one? And they were freaking out about that. They don't want to talk about it. Somebody had asked, I even had said, let's see how many questions there are about Minnesota. For 2 hours, he spoke. And then he took questions. He brought up Minnesota. The press didn't want to hear it. The press didn't even want to discuss it, which is going to piss off the libnuts over in Minnesota, especially now that the FBI or a DOJ has served Tim Walz and Jacob Fry. They've actually now been served with their subpoenas. There is so much to recap. I would need another show just to recap. But let me hit on a couple of the important things. Prices, because somebody in the chat was saying the same thing. I've heard from other people that the prices are it's not doing that well. And I said to the guy in the chat, why don't you be a focus group of one? What is your life like? What are you experiencing? Stop looking for other people to tell you how you should feel. I keep telling you, I live in Boca, one of the most expensive areas in the country. And people here, the stores are packed, the restaurants are packed, the movie theaters are packed. You watched the football game with me yesterday. There's 66,000 people paying $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a ticket. I've been telling you that since July. I'm like, wait till football starts. And all the people saying how the economy sucks, just wait. Just let your eyes show you. And now we're in the NFL championship. You're going to have the AFC and NFC games, I think, this weekend. Look if you see any empty seats. And then go on Ticketmaster and see how much those seats cost. And then, of course, the Super Bowl, which you don't even have to look at that. But here in your own focus group, I know when I went to Home Depot yesterday in the house that Robin and I and team are renovating, and I had to buy some ceiling fans and stuff to get that ceiling fans and what was the other thing? Outdoor light. Home Depot here doesn't even have employees. I mean, they've got the guys that walk around, but they've got 10 different bays to check out and not a soul working. And there's, people in there checking out their own stuff. It was awesome. So you be your own focus group. Oh, they're talking about it.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry for their response to ICE's efforts to uphold federal law. They have now been handed subpoenas. So a lot intensifying on the ground in Minneapolis and in Minnesota in the larger sense. We do expect to get an update on all of this.
All right, yeah, so they held this press conference with DHS. 84% of you guys said to show it. Okay, we'll show it. What else did he say? Obviously, there is a plan B. You heard him say it. There isn't. Nobody had heard before today about any licensing. Oh, that's something else. Licensing? Oh, okay. Even the reporter who asked him, what are we doing about the Panama Canal? He's like, yeah, you have to wait and see. And she laughed. She's like, oh, okay, you are taking it. Yeah, I'm taking that too. Yeah, it's in the Western Hemisphere, right? Yeah, okay. Now every reporter, every one of you, when you hear things at this point, need to understand that. Give me a second here.
The Tens will tell you a little bit more about that in just a moment. He's big on social media as well. But that speech that you just heard from him, screaming in the faces of people in that church about white privilege, Attorney General Ellison says that's First Amendment protected activity. Jonathan Hutt is live on the scene, chief correspondent in Minneapolis today with more on this. Hi, Jonathan.
Yeah,
Good afternoon to you, Martha. And those subpoenas were served just around the time that the Attorney General herself, Pam Bondi, was arriving here in Minneapolis. Our colleague David Spunt will be sitting down with her this afternoon and will bring you her remarks on what obviously is a major development in the legal fight between the state of Minneapolis and the Trump administration. The targets of the subpoenas, among them, as you mentioned, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. Both are being accused in these subpoenas of obstructing the work of federal agents through their verbal comments. Those comments, of course, came in the wake of the January 7th shooting of protester Renee Good by an ICE agent. And it is comments like this by Mayor Jacob.
I got to cut that because if they show that, the people up here don't like to hear that. So anyway, the other thing was about Greenland. The lady sitting in the front row, I think she's from CBS, maybe ABC, and they're more concerned about how Greenlanders feel than how Americans feel. Well, Greenlanders I don't give a crap. I'm not the president of Greenland yet. They're reporting on what other people think. That shows you the problem with the media. They still don't get it. They still don't understand that this is about America. Why are you telling me how people in Greenland feel? Are they going to get their feelings hurt? It doesn't make any sense how these people react. And all they want to do is be completely anti-American, anti-Trump, and worry about other people and their feelings. She actually asked the President of the United States what he felt about how Greenland was going to be handled. All right, so Bondino, whatever his name is, he's walking out now. I'm not sure if Fox will carry it, but this is probably about the subpoenas and what's going on in Minnesota. And he's about to take the mic. What a day. What a long day. Here we go.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Greg Bovino. I'm the Commander at Large for Customs and Border Protection Assets here in the great city of Minneapolis. I'm here to talk with you today about interior enforcement, border security, and making our communities and our nation a safer place. I'm joined by my colleague, Executive Associate Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Mr. Marcos Charles. Now, folks, let me be clear from the start that public safety in Minneapolis is not negotiable. When violent criminals exploit gaps in enforcement, gaps at that state and local level especially.
Oops, wrong one.
Folks, let me be clear from the start that public safety in Minneapolis is not negotiable. When violent criminals exploit gaps in enforcement, gaps at that state and local level most especially, federal law enforcement has a responsibility to act. That is why we are here, and that is what this operation is about. Our operations are lawful, they're targeted, and they're focused on individuals who pose a serious threat to this community. They are not random, and they are not political. They are about removing criminals who are actively harming Minneapolis neighborhoods. For too long, residents have been told that enforcing our nation's immigration laws undermines public safety. In reality, the opposite is true. When the law is not enforced, violent offenders remain free. Criminal networks expand, and the community pays the price. Our neighbors, our citizens, our friends pay the price. Rather than confront that reality of which I've just spoken, leaders like Tim Walz or Mayor Frey have relied on heated rhetoric and accusations that distract from the facts. The facts are that federal agents are arresting murderers, rapists, child predators, cartel-connected criminals, and other individuals who pose a real danger to the people of Minneapolis. As these operations began and since, there have been constant attempts to interfere with lawful enforcement of our nation's Title VIII immigration laws here in Minneapolis. Officers have been violently and aggressively assaulted, objects have been thrown, and vehicles damaged. Despite that violence, enforcement has continued unabated. Our officers remain professional, focused, courteous, and committed to the mission. That mission, again, being Title VIII immigration enforcement. This effort reflects a coordinated federal approach. Agencies are working together under Title VIII authorities. Agencies like the United States Border Patrol, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and many other allied law enforcement agencies, FBI, DEA, ATF, and many others have came together under this operation, under this umbrella. We share intelligence and execute operations in a unified manner. That coordination is essential to effective enforcement and public safety. Since the start of this operation, we've arrested some of the most dangerous criminal offenders operating in Minnesota. In the entire state of Minnesota, we have arrested some of the most violent criminal offenders right here in this city. These are not minor violators or minor garden variety criminals. These are repeat offenders with serious criminal histories. Now, folks, before I came here today, I printed out a few individuals that I'd like to share with you. Individuals that were arrested since yesterday. These 3 individuals were arrested just since yesterday. Keep in mind now, these individuals were walking the streets of Minneapolis with impunity as of yesterday. We've got Hovai Kumaye, a illegal alien from Laos, a registered sex offender, convicted of sex offense against a child, including fondling and failure to register as a sex offender. This individual was walking the streets of Minneapolis just yesterday. This individual right here. It's very interesting that I haven't seen this individual or many others like him reported on very much by the local news media or the state news media. That's interesting. But wait, let's don't quit there. No, you can't. Let's continue here. We've got Samuel Aravelo Hernandez, a illegal alien from Guatemala, charged with rape and lewd or lascivious acts with a minor. Now, think about that for just a second. Rape, and then on top of that, lewd and lascivious acts with a minor. This individual was walking the streets of Minneapolis with impunity just yesterday. Let's don't quit there. Let's keep on there. We've got Annabelle Gomez, a illegal alien from Honduras, previously arrested for criminal sexual conduct and domestic assault. Other convictions include disorderly conduct and driving under the influence of liquor. Walking the streets as of yesterday. These are just three that I decided to print out. There's a whole stack of them. There's a whole stack of these. As a matter of fact, when we look over the past year at the 10,000 that have been arrested here in Minneapolis and Minnesota, that stack is enormous. These are the kinds of individuals this operation focuses on. Individuals who escalate situations and endanger others. Again, our neighbors, our friends, our colleagues, and Ma and Pa America. This is exactly why interior enforcement exists, to remove dangerous criminals from our communities, remove dangerous illegal alien criminals from our communities. It's also important, folks, to address a point that's often overlooked. Interior enforcement does not exist in isolation. It's not just about interior enforcement. It's a dichotomy here. It's interior enforcement and border enforcement. What happens in Minneapolis is directly connected at what happens at our borders. Interior enforcement and border enforcement, border security, are intricately connected. For years, federal law enforcement was placed in a defensive posture, especially over those past 4 years. Agents were overwhelmed, processing massive numbers of illegal aliens coming into the country, often with limited vetting, minimal accountability, and few consequences. I think that's proven right here just by those three that I held up there. Time and resources that should have been dedicated to public safety were diverted to administrative processing, and criminal organizations exploited that environment. Over the past year, under the leadership of our President, Donald J. Trump, and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, that dynamic has changed. It's changed radically. It's changed more than I've ever seen in my over 3 decades in law enforcement. Border enforcement has reached historic levels. I actually called back to my home sector in El Centro today. They had 1 apprehension over the past 24 hours. 1 along that 75-mile stretch of border in El Centro alone. Last week, there were several days where they had 0 border crossers in that sector. That's the same thing across all 20 Border Patrol sectors. Very few crossings. Illegal crossings have dropped to record lows. Catch and release is ended. Consequences have been restored. Again, consequences restored. Because the border is now secure, law enforcement can do its job more effectively. Agents are no longer tied up processing and releasing individuals into the interior, individuals that we just talked about. They can focus on who is coming into this country, and just as importantly, identifying and removing those who should not be here. And that shift matters. It allows for meaningful vetting, targeted enforcement, and a renewed focus on public safety over paperwork. Public safety over paperwork. Border security provides operational control, disrupts cartel pipelines, and prevents criminal flow from reaching American cities. It also allows law enforcement to focus, again, on removing individuals who slip through during years of failed policies and later committed serious crimes. What happens on the border doesn't stay on the border. Border enforcement and interior enforcement are 2 parts of the same mission. A secure border without interior enforcement leaves communities vulnerable. And interior enforcement without border control is unsustainable. Again, it's that dichotomous relationship. When both are aligned, the results are clear. Over the course of this administration, more than 10,000 criminal illegal aliens, as I said, have been apprehended here in Minneapolis over the past year. And in just the last 6 weeks alone, during this most current surge, 3,000 arrests of some of the most dangerous offenders operating in Minneapolis have occurred. 3,000. These are not technical violations, as I mentioned. These are individuals responsible for serious harm. Think about it for just a second, what the rape of a child actually entails. It seems as if that's glossed over by the media oftentimes. What does that entail, and what's that like? Think about that. Murderers, rapists, gang members, they're not the people we want in our community. This is what public safety looks like. When the law is enforced consistently and professionally, we will continue enforcing the law, we will continue making arrests, and we will continue working to keep Minneapolis safe. The mission continues at the border and in the interior, because that effective enforcement depends on both occurring at the same time. Let's make America safe again. Honor first. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Good afternoon. My name is Marcos Charles. As Greg introduced, I am the Executive Associate Director for ICE Enforcement Removal Operations. Thank you for joining us. We announced the current status of Operation Metro Surge. As you know, the Department of Homeland Security has arrested over 10,000 illegal aliens in Minnesota since President Trump took office. Over the weekend and through yesterday's holiday, ICE arrested 113 illegal aliens in Minnesota. Some of the criminal aliens that were arrested, whose photos you see beside me on the monitor, include an illegal alien gang member from Laos with convictions for homicide and robbery, an illegal alien from Laos who's been convicted for sodomizing a 12-year-old girl and sexual assault, an illegal alien from the Marshall Islands who has 24 criminal convictions, including assault, domestic abuse, and theft. There's an illegal alien from Honduras convicted of 3 DUIs who has also been arrested for kidnapping, robbery with a dangerous weapon, and possession of a stolen firearm. An illegal alien from South Africa convicted of violating a restraining order and arrested for domestic violence, assault, meth possession, and DUI. We are currently also looking for 2 sexual predators who are at large in or around St. Paul right now. Lu Mau Ah, a criminal illegal alien from Laos who is wanted for sexually assaulting a child, rape, kidnapping, and domestic violence. And Kong Ming Bang, a criminal illegal alien from Laos who is wanted for sexual assault, gang activity, and simple assault. If you have any information about these 2 criminal illegal aliens or any other criminal illegal aliens, please call the ICE tip line at 866-DHS-2-ICE or visit the website at ice.gov to submit a tip. Since President Trump took office 1 year ago today, the state of Minnesota has released nearly 500 criminal aliens who were in police or state custody rather than turning them over to ICE for removal proceedings. Many of these criminals already have a final order of removal, which means an immigration judge has determined that they have no legal basis to remain in the United States. ICE currently has more than 1,360 immigration detainers on illegal aliens in Minnesota jails and prisons, and we are calling on Governor Walz and Mayor Fry to turn these criminal illegal aliens directly over to ICE to keep Minnesota residents in our community safe. If local officials, including those in the Twin Cities, don't want ICE to arrest criminal aliens that are at large in their communities, the best solution is to turn them over to us in a safe, controlled setting like a jail or prison, instead of releasing them back onto the street to victimize our neighborhoods, where your children go to school, where your parents live, and where you worship, shop, and spend time with your loved ones. The holiday weekend's arrests reflect ICE's commitment to public safety and responsible enforcement. When criminal illegal aliens threaten the Twin Cities or any other city in America, we act decisively to remove them from the community in a controlled and lawful manner. Our goal is simple. We're here to protect the American communities from people like the ones you see here on the monitor. Thank you.
For Commander Babino, some of us in this room, this is A.C. Thompson with PBS Frontline, have followed you from city to city and documented your activities. How is what you're dealing with here different than what we've seen in other places?
Well, Mr. Thompson, thanks for the question. We've been in many cities, as you know. We've been in Los Angeles, Chicago, Charlotte, New Orleans, and now, obviously, Minneapolis. So what we've seen that's a bit different here is the organization of some of the groups. The groups are a bit better organized. They've got some excellent communications, and that coupled with a very poor response from the mayor and the governor, those two things coupled together make that a difficult operating environment at times. And the reason I say that is I just came from Operation Catahoula Crunch there in Louisiana, in which state and locals, including the governor, the mayors, the police chief, worked in close concert for us to do what my colleague here, Marcos Charles, said, and that's remove violent offenders, bad people and bad things from the streets. And in doing that, I had one act of violence against Border Patrol, one notable act of violence against Border Patrol in a month. Here, I've lost count. I've already lost count of how many. I believe we had a vehicle ramming today. We had one yesterday in which 2 illegal aliens decided that it would be a good idea to ram Border Patrol agents and then take off, and in doing so, they hit a civilian vehicle as well. Those 2 were apprehended. So it's that collusion and corruption between elected officials and these anarchists that are intent on creating violence for law enforcement. I see a lot of this that mirrors what happened in 2020 right here in this city when they decided to try to burn the city down. It's that same type of rhetoric, that same type of support by those elected officials. So that's very different than what I just witnessed in Louisiana, the place that I just came from.
Senator Bobino, question for you. I'm with Borderhawk. It's hard to get coffee in the Twin Cities without seeing signs of ICE can't enter, but everyone else can, or restaurants or supermarkets. Based on everything you shared today, what is your message to these businesses, these organizations that are obviously trying to push out ICE and your operation?
Sure. And this goes to anyone, not just those businesses and organizations. Don't fall victim. Don't fall victim to that heated rhetoric and those lies that are often spouted by, say, a Mayor Fry. Mayor Fry actually told his police force to fight federal agents in the city. And you should have even seen the look on O'Brien's face, Chief O'Brien. His eyebrows actually raised at that one. So don't fall victim to that. Our Border Patrol agents, our ICE officers, our parents, they're citizens. They enjoy the rule of law just like everyone else. So to deny them a cup of coffee or lawful commerce seems to be absolutely opposite of what we would expect in a lawful, orderly society. Did we like what happened with the church there a couple of days ago when individuals came in and disrupted almost violently a church service? Absolutely not. Same thing. We should treat each other with respect, dignity. And that is why we are here in this city as we take those violent criminals off the streets. That's respect and dignity.
This is for you as well, Commander Bobino. At a press conference today, we heard from several local police chiefs who said that they support ICE, but that certain ICE tactics are making their jobs, keeping their own communities safe, that much harder. What's your response?
I would say that those tactics are born of necessity. What we do is legal, ethical, and moral. Everything we do every day is legal, ethical, moral, well-grounded in law. So I would impugn upon those police chiefs and anyone else, elected representatives, and you have to remember, many of these police chiefs do work for the Mayor Frys of the world, that turn over those illegal aliens, those criminal illegal aliens. Let me hold these up again, so it's just so we don't forget this, because it seems like it always gets forgotten. Rape, lewd and lascivious acts against a child. So Mayor Fry is having police chiefs worry about tactics while we're after these type of people. I think that they're asking the wrong questions and their priorities are misplaced. Let's work. Wait, I'm not done yet. Let's work together. And we've said this from the very beginning. We want to work together with local police chiefs and the rank and file. And believe it or not, folks, we work very well together with the rank and file we have in every single city we've been to, whether that's Los Angeles, Chicago. A lot of rank and file gave us a lot of good information on a lot of good criminals, a lot of bad criminals there in Chicago. And then we proved it again in New Orleans. Let's work together to take individuals like this off the street. Had we worked together from the very beginning, perhaps we wouldn't be in the city by the thousands conducting operations that those police chiefs, those mayors, and those elected representatives refuse to partake in.
If I could just follow up real quick. If I don't think the argument from a lot of people, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who doesn't want criminals who are alleged to do these things out of these communities. I mean, no one wants that. I think where a lot of the criticism comes in is within the tactics that you see ICE and others engaging in, that it's ordinary citizens who are not sex offenders or rapists getting swept up in it. So what do you say to that?
Sure. Where you're talking about these ordinary citizens, mom, pa, America, that get swept up in what I see. I'm out on the streets just as Marcos Charles here is, we're on the streets with our troops almost every day. And what we see when folks get swept up, as you say, oftentimes it's those agitators, those rioters, and now I call them anarchists that actually cause Ma and Pa America to sometimes be near, at, or involved in a very tense situation when they shouldn't even be. There's no need for that violence that we see against law enforcement. And again, it seems as the only people that are really dialing down that rhetoric is the federal law enforcement entities that just want to conduct legal, ethical, and lawful law enforcement missions in this city to take out those violent criminals, bad people, and bad things. Thank you.
Kelly Bradley, News Nation. I have two questions. First one for status.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
What is the current status of the officer that was involved in the deadly shooting? Is he on administrative leave? And then the second question is the local police today were accusing both ICE and Border Patrol of having a small group of people within the ranks that are causing these issues. What's your response to that? Either one of you can answer that one. They're saying that it's isolated to a small group of agents that are causing issues.
So the officer that was involved in the shooting last week, or 2 weeks ago now, he's recovering. He's at home recovering.
Is he on administrative leave or is he still involved in the operation?
Right now he's at home recovering. Leave it at that.
And as far as the response to local police saying that it's isolated to a small group of your agents or officers that are causing issues?
So our officers that are out there, CBP, Border Patrol, DOJ partners that are out there, ICE, ERO, HSI, everybody that's out there is a professional. They're out there doing their job. They're everyday people doing a very hard job trying to enforce the immigration laws in an environment where local and state politicians have been spreading rhetoric that dehumanizes these officers and agents.
We got time for one more.
Commander Barbino, working toward the Daily Caller. Earlier today, Brooklyn Park Police Chief said that his department is receiving endless of calls from American citizens saying that their civil rights are being violated by federal agents. And the police chief also went on to say that some of his off-duty officers are also being asked for their immigration status, and one officer was boxing. That's according to the police chief. I just wanted if you had a response for the Brooklyn Park police chief.
Sure. Again, our Border Patrol agents, ICE officers, and those allied federal law enforcement agencies are out there conducting Title VIII immigration, the Title VIII immigration mission. And I'll tell you, when you have a mayor and a police chief, O'Hara, that say call 911 when ICE or Border Patrol's in the neighborhood, and then they wonder why the 911 system is overwhelmed with superfluous calls for assistance when that is not true. So we're going to continue to be out in the community, and we're going to continue to conduct that mission, that legal, lawful Title VIII mission. And again, I've been out with my Border Patrol agents. Marcos is out constantly with his troops, and what I see out there is a very professional, prudent, and thoughtful law enforcement action. And if somebody needs to use the 911 system, then do it. But let's don't encourage anarchists to utilize a 911 system that hurts other Americans that may need to use that system. A law enforcement professional should know that.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Russ.
Thank you.
You notice as they were yelling out questions, and another guy that was trying to talk over the officers, they were talking about how ICE is reacting, and there wasn't one single question about the mother raping, kitty raping kids and people that they're taking off the street. Not one. Sort of like what the lady earlier said about Greenland, you're hurting their feelings. Not one question about the actual perps walking the street in Minneapolis. I mean, if I was in that press conference, as I put in the chat, My question would have been, why did Minneapolis become a hotbed for these people to congregate to? What were they given? How were they enticed? Come on, come to Minneapolis. We won't tell anybody. You'll get to have everything here free. We'll give you money. I don't know. I would love to know what they were given, what they were told. Why did all these hardened criminals show up in Minneapolis? Maybe it's because you just heard in the press conference, everybody in that area is going to take their side. You're looking at two guys in uniform whose job is to go out and get these guys, to get them out of society, and the press had no questions about the people they're taking out. To me, that's quite conspicuous. It's like, don't you care that these people are walking the street in your community? Oh, that's right, you don't live there. You probably live in the suburbs or something. But don't you care that people are walking amongst them and seeing people get hurt and things happening? Don't you care? You want them to stay? There's something very, very sinister going on. I can't put my finger on it. Hopefully it comes out in these subpoenas and everything, but there's something just really weird how the entire community, well, I shouldn't say entire community, I should say based upon what we've seen, like these crazies that are running around buying $1 product at Target and then getting in line and returning it to bog down the business. Nothing makes sense. Nothing at all makes sense at this point, why they would be acting this way. I don't know if you guys have thought about it. I don't know, if you had said to yourself, this is kind of crazy. Not one question? I could see if there were some questions like, hey, why are you guys doing this? And the next question, yeah, where'd that guy come from? But not a single question about the perps. None. And I can't, you guys maybe, I don't know, you're old enough, you've been around, you're about my age, some of you. Remember this show, the Stepford Wives? And, the guy goes into this town and like everybody's like zombies. I mean, did they completely Stepfordize Minneapolis? Is it just one big zombie apocalypse? Are they all just walking around just completely crazy? I mean, I've seen some of these women. I've seen what they look like. And even Renee Good, the picture they show of her isn't the picture that she actually looked like. There's a complete metamorphosis that takes place amongst these people. I don't know why. I don't know what happens to them. But they're willing to, obviously, risk their lives to keep these people in their community. That's really weird. I'm pretty sure if you told me there was a guy down the street that has been convicted of doing bad things to kids, you, me, everybody here, well, let's go surround this dude. Let's go down to his house and surround the house until we get him out of here. I don't know where you live. Down here, we have a database of offenders. And so one of the things in real estate, whenever I look to buy a house, I always look to make sure that there's none around the house. I don't want to sell a house to somebody, especially if they have little kids, if one of these people live around them. Do these people not care? I would love to ask some of these male reporters, if they have women, hey man, are you okay with that living next door, down the street, next to your wife? I mean, if you go out of town on a business trip, you're okay that she's hanging out at home with Pedro, the butt rumper, down the street? No, because we also know, because the way you show everything, you're afraid of having guns. So what are you people doing? We don't want guns. We don't want any of that stuff. And we're okay with these hardened criminals that have killed and done other stuff living right in our community. We're okay with it. The whole idea of the American dream is buying a house with a little picket fence and 2.2 kids and everything, and to go that whole route. And I never have heard anybody who wanted the American dream next door to a you-know-what. No, we don't want that in our communities. We move if there's, if it becomes too criminalized. We don't live in hoods if we don't have to. So I don't understand any community that actually invites them in. Please, those are our mama rapists. Those are our murderers. It don't make any sense. I would love to talk to any of those women in Target. Excuse me. Are you saying, I'm just trying to figure this out because I've watched you protest. You're okay living next door to this dude? Seriously. See what he did? See what he did to a kid? See what he's done here to a lady? This is who you want to live next. I just want to be sure because I'm going to pack my crap and get the hell out of Minneapolis if that's how you guys all feel. If this is what you feel, I don't want any parts of this town. I'm just going to salute y'all and say, have a good day because you're nuts. Absolutely freaking nuts. I don't know, maybe it's because we've been here for 4 hours. I didn't plan on being here for 4 hours, but none of this makes sense. Make it make sense. I don't understand. I mean, every place I've lived over 32 and something years with Robin, first and foremost, is she going to be okay here? I don't like to have alarms because I figure if I have to have an alarm, I'm living someplace that I'm not comfortable with. That's why I like gated communities. Y'all can't come in here. There's cameras everywhere. When we moved into our most recent house, it has an alarm system. Maybe I shouldn't say this out loud, but do we need to turn it on? See, now you're going to turn it on because somebody going to watch this video. Oh, Barry doesn't have an alarm. I don't get it. Safety is first and foremost in every man, and woman especially. Hey man, it's me and my kids. You're a loser if you're not protecting us. I don't get it. I don't know. Church activist presser right now. I can't go with another presser. I can't. I've been here for 4 hours. This ain't a network. I don't got nobody else coming in as the next host. I have to get SV to get his camera up and rolling. We could do that. Walking Dead zombies and taking no respect for anyone. No. The whole State Farm thing would be completely total. Like a good neighbor, your rapist is there. Oh, what do you mean? I don't want him here. Minneapolis says it's okay. Maximus says we should all have a Southern drawl. Wow. All right, so let me do super chats and then let me see what's going on here. Yeah, silver. I like to check silver throughout the day. Still $94 a share. I mean, an ounce. I'm good with that. All right, so just want to let you guys know as I'm configuring the page for the super chats. It's about an 8, depending on how Air Force One actually goes. It is about a 8 to 10 hour ride over to Switzerland. So our president just went to a football game, got home late at night, flew back to Washington, getting on a plane, flying to Switzerland. He's going to be talking at 8:30 in the morning. So he's going to be doing a 10 or 12 hour flight. And no, 8 or 10 hour flight. And he's supposed to talk at 8:30. I have to confirm if that's 8:30 tomorrow morning, our time, or 8:30 tomorrow, their time. I will find that out for you guys as soon as possible. I have so much content locked in here. I can tell you we're going to do a show at 7:30 because I've got so much stuff already in the tank. So I mean, he talked for 2 hours. So Mr. President Trump, I'm good. All right, so let's go ahead and do some super chats, and then we all go have dinner and hang with the kids and see each other tonight. Okay, Macon Blankenship, we appreciate you and the moderators as well. Thank you very much. They do a fantastic job. I think the best out here. Big Cat, had fun listening to the game. It was really fun. Thank you. Thank you guys for coming in. Tim Curry is the new girl single. I don't know. We'd have to ask Elon. The game was great. Thank you. Tim McCurry, first football game I've watched in like 20 years. Wow. That's how much fun we had last night. That really tells me something. That was fun. Hey, Ben, what's going on? Weak-minded panicans. Pekovsky, thank you. Pekovsky again. All this shows that we are not in any control. I don't know. Revive. Holy cow, 10,000 criminals removed. 10,000. I mean, let that sink in. Hey, we've pulled out 10,000 criminals from your city. Then you don't have a mayor. You don't have a governor. You just got guys hanging out. If there's 10,000 criminals in your city, there's a problem. That's what you guys should be protesting. What in the hell is the police chief doing? What is the mayor doing? 10,000? Wow. Maximus Berev received info through intelligence sources that the CIA is putting together programs to recruit social media influencers. Oh, no. I hope it's not lefties. Oh, gosh. Jennifer Munn, Dog the Bounty Hunter, put money on them. CC Temp, thank you. I'm a paramedic and don't have $10K for Lear's minimum silver purchase, but hopefully I can help keep your account. Give us these amazing updates. Kevin's going to be on here. He was going to be here Monday. He got sick. I don't think it's a 10K minimum on the website. You might want to check the website, but thank you very much. Cannon, thank you and your team for all your variety of coverage from football games to politics, from interviews to improving finances. You the GOAT and your team. I love this channel. Thank you very much. Steven, and also you forgot movies. It's been a while since we did a movie. Today's what, Tuesday? Maybe Wednesday. Maybe tomorrow night we'll do a movie night. If you haven't seen that, I show movies at night sometimes, and people enjoy that. They just sit and they watch the movies, and it's like being in a theater with like 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people. So we might, maybe a movie night tomorrow night. You guys have to let me know if that works. Let's see. Mariah, agree with reinstating state asylums. We recommend include, where'd that go? It jumped. Oh, there it is. Include removal of cashless bailouts and rogue judges. I'm going to talk about rogue judges tomorrow. I have an idea about this. Chiosop, despite everything going on in the country and in the world, President Trump is cool hand Luke. He's under control, and that's why I trust him. Pekoski, make our hearts, what's that say? I can't see that. Why did that not go? Okay. Make our hearts warm. We voted for this. Absolutely. Wait, jumped again. And CAD, Barry, I finally ordered my first silver. Boy, was that fun. Just wish I had done this a year ago when you first started talking about it. Hey, it's never too late for prosperity. It's never too late to improve your position. Believe that. I got an email from somebody that I don't want to read it because don't want to embarrass the person. Wouldn't say his name anyway. But he said at 74, well, I don't know if I don't have it ready. I don't want to waste your time. I'll read it tomorrow or tonight if I pull it up. But basically, at 74, he didn't think he still could do something, and he's like, "I'm doing it." That's what I'm saying. By the way, the reason for for Faith, the pre-show host, the reason for her is just to show you, how you can begin doing some of these things. Just very simple. Anybody can do it. And it's sort of a little initiation into all that. So I will talk to you. Probably it's 4:30 right now. Be times I get home with Robin. Probably 7-ish, 7:30. And I got a whole bunch of stuff already in the tank. So we'll talk about that. Thank you guys for tuning in. What a day.